did attempt to arrive at a settlement agreement. Um, the the morning of the 7th of February, I received a phone call from one of my constituents on our street regarding a gunfire incident prior, the night before that, that she believed was associated with the establishment. The establishment, throughout our discussions, has always just basically shied away from the whole issue or sidestepped the entire issue of the effects of their operation on the neighborhood, and just keeps coming back to focusing on the concept that he has for the establishment, which makes it very difficult to address any of the actual issues that the neighbors have, and the concerns the ANC has. So, we are not, at this point, we are not willing to negotiate any further, and we are committed to a protest, because he cannot be, his statements just simply cannot be relied upon as being factual, or that he will comply with any orders issued. Thank you.
Mr. Engelman.
Thank you. I concur with the comments of the ANC. DCCA had hoped to enter into a settlement agreement along the lines we've done before, but those discussions fell apart when the representations we had received did not align with what has been going on with the neighborhood. Just to reiterate, we did in fact have a mediation that the applicant attended, which didn't get anywhere. So I think we're at the point where we're unfortunately heading to a protest hearing.
Thank you, sir. I guess, Mr. Melcher, any representation, preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
I don't have any preliminary matters other than to say that I believe my clients concur with what has been said by the ANC and DCCA. I did not personally participate in the mediation or the other discussions that have occurred, but I do understand that there's an interest in possibly having a meeting. And the only other thing I want to mention is that this is sort of a unique case. I've seen other protests by community groups, and this is a very, very large number of individuals in this community that have come together to express concerns, serious concerns about this establishment, and that's a unique situation and something that I think is going to require a lot of attention when this comes around to being considered on the merits.
Thank you, Mr. Melcher. Now, I saw Mr. Camacho. Now, I believe that you now have an understanding of, and I allow this, so at least you'll have an understanding of the concerns that the community has. Hopefully, I would, if the parties want to continue meeting, because at the end of the day, if the board makes the decision, someone might be, one party might be happy, another party might be unhappy. So if the parties can meet, come to a settlement agreement, the board the board supports that. But if the parties are unable to come to a settlement agreement, we're going to have then the protest hearing is going to be scheduled for May 18th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. So May 18th, almost a month from today, is we'll have the protest hearing. And at the protest hearings, I just want to give you the instructions for the protest hearing. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about the board's practices, because they have changed in the sense that we're now doing all our hearings virtually. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it is important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from ABRA legal assistant Imani Moreland that will include a copy of a protest information form, PIP, and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before your hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to ABRA Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Further, each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to those issues that have been protested. I want to remind the parties again, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, 7 days before the hearing, the documents that you're gonna rely on and the witnesses that you're gonna call, they must be submitted to Abra Legal and they must be submitted to the other side at least 7 days before. If any other parties, if you don't understand, Ms. Moreland will provide you some instructions, and you can always reach out to Abra Legal, and we will provide you guidance, not legal guidance, but procedural guidance on how is it that what needs to be done. So I don't want to, when we go, if we have a protest hearing, that someone is going to say, I did not know. So you are aware that you must submit your documents 7 days prior to the hearing. Also, because there are 3 protestants, the board is going to ask the protestants that we have 1 representative at the hearing, because we can't have 3 hearings, so we can't have 3 specific protest hearings. So we're going to ask the board rule states that the board can ask the parties to designate 1 person who will represent the protestants. So that's something that the protestants should look on in moving forward if we go to a protest hearing. But as I said before, the parties are welcome to continue mediation to continue meeting. And if there's anything that the agency can do to facilitate the process, we're here to help you. Any questions any questions, Mr. Camacho?
So I had a question in regards to the whole protest moving forward for May 18th. What documents should we provide, or what is it the factor, or we're going to be emailed?
Whatever documents that you believe will support, whatever documents you believe will support your request, and whatever witnesses you believe that you support what the request you're asking. The request is that you're asking us for live entertainment with dancing and cover charts. So I don't know, but but based on you're asking us for something. So whatever documents or information that you have to support your request, sir.
My other question is, in the moments of one of the neighbors that is currently protesting or gave to, and one of the neighbors came to me in a discussion about the concept that I was trying to introduce. You're saying documents or witnesses, but have you ever felt that you had a neighbor pursue you in a matter of where they're describing the concept that I'm introducing, what we're trying to bring on board? Like I said, I just don't know how the process is moving forward with this. So hopefully I'm asking the right questions. If you're feeling that the neighbors came to you in the disturbance of classifying of the diverse of the clientele coming into your facility as the word ghetto, or the wrongful doing of bringing the people inside your facility, is that usable use for this matter, or is this more of a matter for me introducing the concept so that way I can move forward for this?
Well, I'm confused, Mr. Camacho, when you talk about the neighbors. The neighbors that you should be speaking with, Mr. Melcher, Mr. Eagleman, Ms. Rogenstack, and Mr. Rogeyer.
Okay.
These are the representatives of the group. So these are the contact people that you should be having conversations with, because they're the ones who represent the group. So when you said neighbors, I'm not saying that you shouldn't speak to whoever these neighbors are, but
Okay.
for our purpose, the people, I just gave you the names of the individuals that you should, these are your point of contact for this matter.
Okay.
These are the folks you are supposed to, if you believe that we don't have to go to a hearing because this matter can be settled. I don't know.
Right.
I'm hearing back and forth, but
Oh, no.
are the individuals that you have to talk to, sir, and
Okay.
try to satisfy them. If
Okay.
you're unable to satisfy them, then we'll have a hearing. Now, if you have neighbors who support your concept, then you
Okay.
can call them as a witness to say,
Oh,
"Here's the
okay.
neighbor who lives," or, so I can't tell you, but these are the witnesses, and whatever you believe that you need to, if we go to a hearing,
Right.
who supports your concept, who can say, I live in the neighborhood and they support what I'm doing, you can have them come and testify and document.
Okay.
So that's what I meant by
Okay.
documents and witnesses, sir.
Okay. I was just making sure because if I said I could get in contact with the people that you've named in regards to Meg Rogan's act that says that I'm not being compliant or I'm not being transparent of what I'm looking to do. I emailed her plenty of times of operation plans, security outlines, but I haven't received a follow-up back. So how can I pursue moving forward if I don't get reached back on top of that?
But as I said before, well, she's here, and I hope that the parties that they negotiate in good faith. If they, yes, you can reach a stalemate where we just can't mediate this, or this is not going to be settled. But these are the folks that who have protested the request that you have made, and these are the folks. If if you're trying to settle it, these are the representative of the groups that you need to that you need to speak to.
Okay. Well, I really do appreciate that. I know for a fact that the people that you're naming, or especially the ANC or DCCA, have experience with these matters because of the businesses that are being introduced in Connecticut Avenue. Of course, that represents ANC2B. They have more experience than I do. We're just one people just creating a business and then putting a separate concept to represent the restaurant that we're looking to do. So we have very few experience on what we're doing, but I do appreciate you giving me as much information that you can so we can move forward with this, honestly.
All right, thank you. As I said before, if I've heard that maybe some folks have stated that we're going to have conversations. If you want to continue having conversations, that's welcome. But these are the individuals, sir, that you have to meet with. These are the individuals that you have to meet with, sir, to ensure that at least you're having conversations with them. And if the parties are unable to settle this matter, then as I stated before, we will have a protest hearing on May 18th at 1:30 p.m. Any other questions or concerns by anyone?
No, for our
I'm sorry,
part,
speak in, please.
oh, Edward, from our part, for me and my mother, we have no problem meeting with the neighbors, DCCA or ANC. We're actually more thrilled to meet everyone, to hear their input and feedback. I know they have Douglas Melcher, if I pronounce your name correctly, to be a part of it as well. So that way we could be more transparent to move forward and see what we could do to make those progresses ourselves. Not everyone's perfect, so the only way we can make and go forward from this is by making those improvements as individuals. So thank you.
This is Ann Navarro. Mr. Anderson, I just have one clarifying question.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say that all three of the protest groups have to share 5 witnesses? So we need to agree on the 5 amongst the 3 groups? Is that
The
correct?
parties can, because there are three protestants, if you want to call more than 5 witnesses, you can make a formal request to legal asking for more than 5 witnesses. So what I'd ask is that because the regulation says 5 witnesses and there's 3 protests in the group, if the parties, since we're saying that they have to identify who's the designated representative who's gonna do the protest hearing. I'm sorry, we're on Rosamina Italia. Yeah, if, so I would ask that the parties, as soon as possible, send a motion to the board asking for an opportunity to have more than 5 witnesses and tell us how many witnesses you require. Okay, so that's something that, make a formal request to the ABC board. That must be sent to our legal division.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and do that as, because the hearing is scheduled for the 18th. So do that as soon as possible, and then we will make a decision whether or not we will allow whatever the number is that's been requested. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is Doug Melcher. I assume for that request, we could also request some additional time if we felt that that's necessary to explain in a motion.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. So send a formal request to the board, and we will consider it. Okay. All right. All right. We greatly appreciate your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Ms. Moreland at 202-442-6942. And as I stated before, the agency is here to try to facilitate. So whatever the agency can do to facilitate communication amongst the parties, we're here. If not, if this matter cannot be settled, then we'll see you on the 18th for this protest hearing. Okay?
Can you repeat the number for me one more time? Sorry for interrupting. This is Edward.
No, 202-442-6942. That's Miss Imani Moreland. So she's your contact through legal. If there are any issues, she can, and again, it's our legal office will help you procedurally, not substantively, just procedurally. If you don't understand certain things, that's what each side. Any questions you have about procedurally, what is it that I need to do procedurally, our agency will provide you that type of guidance, okay? All right. Thank you very much, and have a great day. All right, I'm going to recall case number 20 PRO 00016. This is Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar. Ms. Foshman, I see that Ms. Johannes is here. I'm not sure if the other parties are here.
Chairperson, no other party is present for this case. Thank you.
All right. Miss Johannes, can you, please identify yourself for the record, please.
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee.
All right. This case was scheduled for a 10:30. We came on the dais at 10:33, and I called about 10:35, I believe. The board we started this morning. I called that case. Ms. Johannes was here. The board moved on and called some additional cases. It is now 11:18, and I once again called case number 20 PRO 0016 Cloud Restaurant and Sports Bar license number. This is application for license renewal. I'm going to call one more time. Is there anyone here on this call for Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar? If you're here for this case, please identify yourself on the chat.
Chairperson, no one has identified themselves.
Thank you, Ms. Washburn. Because based on, as everyone is aware, when we have a protest hearing status, the parties are, if the party fails to show up at roll call, the board will dismiss their protest. And if also if the party fails to show up at the status hearing, the board will dismiss the protest. So I therefore make a motion that the ABC board dismisses the protestant in this case is how many protestants are, I know the ANC was one. Who are the protestants in this case, Miss Johannes?
Just the Westminster Neighborhood Association.
Not the ANC?
No, not the ANC.
Okay. All right. So the Westminster Neighborhood Association, you said, ma'am?
Yes.
I make a motion that the ABC board dismiss the protesters filed by the Westminster Neighborhood Association. The only protestant in this case. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. On the motion, Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The board votes 6-0. The protestant the board will issue an order to dismiss the protest. The protestants will have 10 days to provide the agency with reasonable cause of their failure to present themselves today. If failure on the part of the protestant to either respond within 10 days after the order is issued, or if they do not provide the agency with reasonable cause why, based on their failure to appear today, the board will move forward towards renewing the license because based on the failure of the protestant to appear at the hearing. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Johannes. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar was case number 22 PRO 00019 TAP 99, license number 116883. I was informed earlier that the protestants in this case was running late. Hopefully they are now here. So we're here for TAP 99, Ms. Fox.
Unfortunately, nobody is present for TAP 99. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on, and I will recall this case. I was informed by legal that they were running late. So Ms. Washburn, if you see them online, please alert me and I will recall that case. But I will give them a reasonable period of time to show up, since I was informed that they were running late. All right. So let's move on to our show cause hearing status. The first case on the show cause hearing status calendar is case number 21 CMP 00012 Exiles, license number 102051. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
James Jordan, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
And I believe, okay, oh yes, Ms. All right, good morning. Mr. Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure thing. Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. James Jordan on behalf of DC, JAMES JORDAN.
Good morning, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Johannes, please spell and state your name for the record.
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee, SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Jordan, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chairperson, there are no preliminary matters to present to the board at this time.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for show cause hearing on May the 11th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind both parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, both sides are required to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing. These submissions must be submitted to each side and also to Abra Legal.
Thank
If
you.
there's, again, May the 11th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Have a good day. Thank you very much. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00048, Fraternal Order of Police, license number 60161. This case has been canceled and offer in compromise has been presented to the board, and we will consider this offer in compromise on our legal agenda later on this morning. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CIT 00728, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. Ms. Boschman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
No additional attendees are present.
Excuse me. Yeah, Mr. Jordan, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairperson. James Jordan on behalf of the district. That's James Jordan.
Ms. Johannes, please identify yourself for the record, please.
Siran Johannes on behalf of the licensee, SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning again. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chairperson, there are no preliminary matters at this time.
All right, then, okay, thank you. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 18th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Again, I would like to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, each party must exchange documents and witnesses. And if that's not done, the board may prevent the introduction of documents and witnesses. So 7 days before the hearing, each side is required to exchange documents and witness between exchange between the parties and also share with Abra Legal. All right, any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00068, Rito Loco El Techo, license number 104119. This case has been continued to May 25th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. at the request of the government with the consent of the respondent. The next case in our calendar, it's a cease and desist hearing case. There's no case number, but this is the unlicensed establishment, 1400 North Capitol Street Northwest, and the respondent requested a hearing on board order number 2022-127. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case? I think it's the parties in this case, please.
Please stand by. Also, TAP 99 is still not present.
Thank you.
Philip Mussolino, your rights have been elevated. Sanjeev Preet, your rights have been elevated. Raj Dua, your rights have been elevated. Leopold Harris, your rights have been elevated. And the investigator is currently not present. I will ping him.
I'm not sure if we'll need the investigator, but I will let you know. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Can I have the parties identify themselves for the record? Let's start with Mr. Mussolino.
Good morning. My name is Philip Mussolino, M-U-S as in Sam, O-L-I-N-O, counsel for the respondents 1400, Mr. Preet, P-R-E-E-T, and Mr. Dua, D-U-A. Both Mr. Preet and Mr. Dua are here.
All right, thank you. Can I just, let me have Ms. for just, let me have the parties, Mr. Dua, can you just spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please? You're on mute, sir.
Sorry. My name is Raj Dua, and I'm representing 1400 LLC as a member.
Good morning, sir.
Good
Mr.
morning. Thank you.
Mr. Preet?
Good morning, Chairperson. Sanjeev Preet, on behalf of 1400 LLC, I'm the member of 1400 LLC.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we're here today at the request of Philip Mussolina Esquire on behalf of Mr. Dua and Mr. Preet and 1400 Northwest LLC. Mr. Mussolina filed a request for a hearing on the board's cease and desist order issued on March 2nd, 2022. Let us review the series of events that got us to where we are today regarding this matter. On March 2nd, 2022, the board reviewed an investigative report written by investigator Trevor Prout, who documented observations made at an unlicensed establishment operating at 1400 North Capitol Street Northwest. These observations confirmed that the unlicensed establishment permitted the sale, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages without a board-approved ABC license. In the review of Investigator Prout's report, the board issued a cease and desist order, board order number 2022-088. Subsequent to the issuance and service of board order number 2022-088, ABER investigators continued to monitor the operations of the unlicensed establishment and to respond to complaints from the ANC and members of the neighborhood. On March 30th, 2022, the board reviewed a second investigative report, this one authored by investigator Earl Jones, and issued a second cease and desist order, board order number 2022-137. Mr. Mussolina, on behalf of 1400 LLC, then requested a hearing on the cease and desist orders, which brings us here today. Mr. Mussolina, please tell the board why you're requesting this hearing, whether you're challenging the cease and desist order, and if not, what steps are you and your clients taking to address the behavior associated with 1400 North Capitol Street Northwest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and members of the board. Appreciate you setting up the hearing promptly and giving us an opportunity to present our position. As a technical matter, on page 2 of the cease and desist order, it identifies Mr. Preet and Mr. Dua as owners. They're not owners. The LLC, 1400 LLC, is the owner. And if the board is interested, we can submit for the record what we've identified as exhibit number 1, which is a copy of the deed to 1400 LLC. And not to Mr. Preet and Mr. Dua. As I said, that's a technical matter, but we would ask that the cease and desist order be clarified to accurately reflect what the status of title on the record is. More importantly, Mr. Chairperson, the cease and desist order was directed to the owner and to its individual members. The conduct that's identified by the investigator, in which we do not quarrel with as a matter of fact-finding at this stage, is conduct that was conducted pursuant by tenants pursuant to a commercial lease into which the owner, 1400 LLC, entered in September of 2021. That would have been our exhibit number 2. Promptly upon my client receiving notification, let me just say, my client then tried to assist the defendants, who are individuals and not an LLC, in securing what was required by the lease, namely various licenses and permits in order for them to proceed. With the, as I understand it, hookah bar, that was what was a business model that was presented to my client. So we would include among our exhibits, if we were to go to hearing, our exhibit number 3, which is an indication, which is evidence that my client referred these individual defendants to an experienced lawyer in this particular field to assist them in securing the liquor license they needed for the business model. Notwithstanding, apparently, the tenants failed to do so, 3 individual tenants. Upon receiving notice of the complaints, my clients engaged counsel, and we issued what was required under the lease, 3 distinct notices to cure, which would be our exhibits 4A, B, and C. Those notices were issued by me and served on each of the individual defendants as of an issuance date of March 18, 2022, And those would, as I said, would be exhibits 4A, B, and C. They would rely on paragraphs 9 and 11 in particular of the lease. Paragraph 11 of the lease requires tenants to comply with all applicable local ordinances or regulations, which we point out in our notice they have failed to comply with. Following the expiration of the cure period and what we understand was a failure to cure because there is no self-help eviction in the District of Columbia for commercial properties as well as residential properties, we initiated a lawsuit on behalf of 1400 LLC against the 3 individual defendants. Filing date of that lawsuit is April 18, 2022. It would have been our Exhibit 5. That's in the Superior Court Landlord-Tenant Division. Scheduling in Landlord-Tenant Division these days is a little slower than it has been in the past, but the exhibit includes the summons, which in turn includes the initial return date of June 24, 2022 at 9 a.m. At which point we expect to ask, if we don't resolve this matter with these tenants earlier, we expect to ask for a judgment for possession. Mr. Chairperson and members of the board, let me say that this does not foreclose us from filing earlier a motion for summary judgment, but the procedural rules in landlord-tenant court are not the same as they are in the civil division. So while the motion could be filed, supported by affidavits, which we understand the Office of the Attorney General may be gathering as we speak, there is no guarantee that we could have the motion heard prior to the return date on June 24, 2022. That would be a matter between us and the clerks to set something up a little earlier. In the interim, my client has had discussion with one of the 3 tenants, and this particular tenant has advised us that the problem isn't with her or with another colleague of hers. It's with one particular tenant who the tenant with whom my client was speaking advised was engaged in the conduct about which this matter revolves. So we have, as an example of the communication she forwarded to my client, exhibit number 6, which was an exchange of text messages between the tenants in which their disputes among themselves are exemplified, let's say that. And there's some language in the text messages suggesting that it's a severe dispute between them. As we're given to understand, 2 of the tenants changed the lock on the premises to prevent the 3rd tenant from engaging in the conduct about which this matter revolves. And this text message appears to address the 3rd tenant's, shall we say, vociferous disagreement with excluding him from the site. And exhibit number 7 would be a photograph of a drill through the lock that was placed on the premises, presumably to gain access to the premises against the wishes of the 2 partner tenants. So my point and for taking the chairperson's time and the board's time is twofold, as I said. One is to correct the cease and desist order by excluding as owners the individual names of Mr. Dua and Mr. Preet, and more importantly, to inform the board that my clients are doing everything they can conceivably do under the law of the District of Columbia to ensure that the misconduct that's identified in the reports is terminated as quickly as possible. To that end, my client had one more phone discussion yesterday and sent out an email this morning with the, if you will, the cooperating tenant, asking at least that tenant and one of her partners to surrender the key that she has in her possession. There's also a key to a lock that was denying us access to the premises, and to agree to surrender their rights to possession of the premises. We haven't received, at least as of this morning, we haven't received a written confirmation that at least 2 of the tenants are agreeing to surrender their rights to possession. So that's the status, Mr. Chairperson and members of the board. We do, our request is that the cease and desist order be on the basis of these representations and these exhibits be discharged without prejudice pending my client's continuing efforts to resecure possession and interrupt and end this particular tenant's non-compliance.
So you're asking for us to lift the cease and desist? Is that what you're asking, Mr. Mussolino?
My request would that it be lifted and discharged without prejudice, obviously, to renewal if the board receives information that suggests that my client isn't carrying through with the steps he's taken so far. Although I can assure the board, Mr. Chairperson, and each of its members that that we intend to proceed with our suit for possession if we don't secure it by voluntary consent, and will engage in no negotiations of any kind with these tenants that would allow them to remain in possession.
The board, the reason why I'm asking the question is that if we were to, because they're unlicensed, the only party that we are aware of is it's the owner of the building. And I appreciate the fact that you have requested the hearing on behalf of the owner to say that you have received this and that you are making steps to remove the tenant who is creating this nuisance. But I'm not sure why the board would want to, at least as a procedural matter, I'm not sure why the board would lift the cease and desist order, because your tenant, as long as they are still in, but at least this is what I'm thinking, as long as they're still in possession of the keys, they could continue to have parties.
Well, I don't disagree with that at all as a determination that since we don't necessarily control the space because we can't self-help evict, it's certainly true that the recalcitrant tenant could abuse the space, notwithstanding every effort we take until we get a formal eviction order. I agree with that, but I would suggest, Mr. Chairperson, that since the cease and desist order isn't directed to the tenant at the moment, it's directed to us, that there's no procedural obstacle to treating it as having been as it being dischargeable, because our clients have taken the only steps that are available to it in the interim. As an alternative, Mr. Chairperson, if the board were inclined to continue the hearing to a date after our return date in landlord-tenant court, at least for a status, if that addresses the concern that you've raised, we might consider something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Mussolino. Any questions by any board members? All right. No questions by any board members. Sorry. What I then will do, Mr. Mussolino, I'm not sure what it is that the board will do. So what the board will take this matter under advisement and make a decision. And so let me, I'm going to bring this matter to closure. Any further representation you'd like to make, sir?
No, but let me ask, Mr. Chairperson, would it be, would the board consider having us admit into evidence the exhibits I've identified, or is that unnecessary at this stage?
Your representation, I know that we have the documents that the documents that you referenced, they are in the record. They were provided to the agency, and so we do have those documents. And so what so we have those documents, and so we'll consider them. And let me ask that question again. Just a clarifying point. You're saying that the actual owner of the building, who's the actual owner of the building again, sir?
1400 LLC, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will make that correction to the record that the actual owner is 1400 LLC, and remove Mr. Preet and Mr. Dua as owners of the building. Whatever follow-up decision that we will issue, we will make that correction. So what I'm going to do then, if I'm not prepared, the board, we need to consider your representation, and then we'll make a decision whether or not we'll continue the cease and desist, or based on the representation that you make, whether or not we will let that. So, all right. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Mr. Grandis.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I ask a question for clarification?
I did ask if any board members had questions. Go ahead, sir.
I was slow at the switch. I apologize. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe based on the record today that the so-called tenants do not have an ABC license. Am I correct on that?
That is correct, sir.
And therefore, this board doesn't have any legal ability through our regulations to have a cease and desist with the so-called tenants?
Is that correct? Yes, sir.
Okay, therefore, the only individual or agency that we have any ability to communicate with is the owner of the building.
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly. So that's the limitations we have. Mr. Musso, you know, if I said the name correctly.
Okay, no, you did. Thank you, Mr. Grandis. And let me, I don't believe there's any evidence that even an application for a license has been made. I may have that wrong, but that's my understanding also. So,
But as the owner of the building, I hear you, the steps you said you have taken, but I believe we as a board, on the matters that we have legal authority over, we really don't have any tentacles, so to speak, with the so-called tenants.
I understand that, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you.
And so, as I stated before, the request that's been made by counsel on behalf of the landlord is for the board to lift the cease and desist based on the representation, because the landlord has basically stated self-help doesn't exist in DC. We've filed the proper paperwork to start the eviction proceedings against the tenant. And in this case, a little bit different in the sense that normally when it has been brought to the attention of the board that we have an unlicensed establishment, will issue a cease and desist and the party would disappear. But in this particular case, the party did not disappear. They continued to have events.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grant.
With that statement, Mr. Mussolino, could you give us some information regarding, are there any other occupants in that building?
Yes, Mr. Grandis, there is a dollar store on the main floor, which is not and has been there for a long time. I don't know how long, but before my client acquired the building, and they are not the source of any issues so far as we know.
Okay, and does that dollar store have a separate entrance from the entrance to go to I guess it would be on the second floor, which is where the activity is occurring?
I think the answer to that is yes. I'm looking for Mr. Preet and Mr. Dua to nod their heads.
Yes, Mr. Mussolino, the entrance to the second and third floors on the side is a separate entrance to go upstairs to second and third floor. The dollar store entrance is on the main floor, which is to the left of the building.
Are there any, okay, so that door on the side of the building, which you have helped us understand goes to the second floor, third floor, are there any other offices or occupants, tenants, residents on the second, third, or whatever floors above that?
No, sir. These tenants, we gave them a lease for the entire second and third floor. These are the only tenants we have on second and third floor.
They are tenants. You have a lease with them.
We have lease with them. Yes, yes, sir. That is the one. Yes.
That's what, okay. So I was just making sure that I understood the layout of the building. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, the jurisdiction the board can enforce its cease and desist order in Superior Court. But as I stated before, that the representation has been made by Mr. Messalina, and basically stating that the landlord is doing everything that's within its power to try to prevent this action from repeating. And so the board will consider whether or not, we'll make a decision whether or not we will lift the cease and desist order, or whether or not we will continue it against the landlord, which is 1400 North Capitol LLC. So we'll correct the record to remove Mr. Dua and Mr. Preet, and and have the proper landlord. Now, Mr. Messalina, I know that the lease, you provide us with a copy of I think you provide us a copy of the lease, and you also provide us with a copy of your petition in landlord and tenant. What are the names of the tenant? What are the names of the tenants, please, on the lease?
Let me just correct.
I'm sorry, Mr. Who's speaking? I thought I heard two people speaking. Mr.
I
Preet,
apologize.
who wants this? Is it Mr. Messalina or Mr. Preet? Who wants to speak?
No, let me speak and let me just say that the LLC is 1400 LLC. 1400 North Capitol LLC was the former entity that owned and sold. And so 1400 LLC is correctly identified as the owner in the notice. Just so we don't get confused about the predecessor LLC and my client's LLC. The names of the tenants on the lease and on the notices and on the landlord tenant suit are DAWIT, DAWIT, middle initial A, Sermolo, SCRMOLO, DAWIT A. Sermolo. Charles A. Dye, I believe it's pronounced, CHARLES A, middle initial A, Dye, DIEI. And Yodan T. Abera. Yodan is YOADAN middle initial T, last name Abera, ABERA.
Thank you, Mr. Messalina. All right.
Mr. Messalina, can I add one thing? This is Mr. Preet, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Preet.
Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, also I wanted to say that since we found out, I have personally been trying to get hold of these people, sending them emails and numerous amount of text messages. Last weekend, Miss Abera, Yodan Abera, called me and said, look, we changed the locks and we did this. We want to give you the keys back. We understand you're suing us and this and that. I personally went with a family member to the property at between 12:30 and 1 o'clock in the morning on Friday night, because this one particular individual who's doing it out of all three, they apparently start the event late at night. I contacted the watch commander, which I have a direct number to the watch commander's phone. He then contacted Captain Hong, contacted the Abra investigator. I was in contact with the Abra investigator at 2:45 a.m. personally myself. He called me. I told them that they're planning on opening. Whatever you need, I can even come out there. Whatever we can do as a landlord, we want these people out. Unfortunately, the laws in the district, we've never been, Mr. Chairperson, we've never experienced anything like that. My partner and I represent multiple LLCs in the district. They have proper licensing and everything. And then the second day, I also went there. Actually communicated with the other tenants, and they said, yes, these individuals went in and they opened the place. They drilled the lock. They opened at 3:30 in the morning. I did not get a call back from Abra investigator. I was available. I told them I'm available 24 hours. I gave them my name. Then on Sunday again, I was told by my tenant downstairs that he hears some noises upstairs in the afternoon. My partner Raj Dua and I, we went there around 6 o'clock ourselves. By then, there was no one there. We wanted to talk to them. I called MPD watch commander at that time, which was Lieutenant Dye. I think I can't pronounce his last name. And he told me, when you get to the property, I will send an MP, a police car, and they can meet you there. But these guys had already gone by that time. So, Mr. Chairperson, what I would like to say is my partner and I, the 1400 LLC, is totally committed to getting these illegal activity out of our building, right? We're doing everything possible to, in fact, I've even offered Miss Abera like, hey, whatever utilities you owe, we'll cover it. You don't need to pay us anything. Just give us the key back. There's not going to be any consequences. Even the lease has personal guarantee. I've assured them we're going to release them other lease, and that's it. So whatever we can do, Mr. Chairperson and the members of the board, we're doing it ourselves. And I've made myself available to the watch commander of the 3D and the ABRA investigators. They have my emails, they have my direct number. I am available, sir, to whatever we need to do.
Thank you for that representation, Mr.
And also because I do want to, obviously, we're in a business of owning real estate in the district and renting properties to the correct potential tenants. I don't want 1400 LLC to have a, mark as in like, we're doing something or we're trying to accommodate illegal activities. We're definitely not doing that. But we're not worried about getting the money from them. We even told them, we'll even give them their security deposit back. I made, whatever they want. And then this particular one individual, Mr. Charles Dye, he does not come on the phone, doesn't do anything. I've personally, I told them who the ABC attorneys are, who can help them get the licenses. We have, like Mr. Mussolino said, they're part of the exhibits. And I've tried to communicate with them as much as possible, even though when we do a commercial lease, Mr. Chairperson, this is a triple net lease. The landlord really doesn't get involved.
Mr. Preet,
Yeah, sorry.
I appreciate that. I think you're going,
Yeah.
let me just say,
Sorry.
the offer that.
Hold on. Mr. Preet, Mr. Mussolino is assuring you that he's not a potted plant, so he's here trying to protect you from. I appreciate your representation, sir, but sometimes we have to. I'm an attorney, and I'm saying this for a reason. Sometimes we have to allow our attorney to represent us, sir.
I just want to clarify, Mr. Preet is done. He doesn't know, but he is. When he says, just so he's clear, when he said he offered to assist them with the license, that offer has long since died a death. That offer is not outstanding. Our position with them is we don't care.
January 7th, sorry.
All right, so I didn't mean to cut him off, Mr. Chairperson, but I know Mr. Preet is anxious to tell the full story. I don't think the board needs to hear it today to consider our request.
I thank you, Mr. Mussolino. I think, as I said before, I appreciate the fact that the landlord is representing on the record what is it that the efforts that they are taking to address the matter. And so I appreciate that with that it's on our record. So there's a court reporter, there's a transcript that will be available for this hearing, and the representation, whatever decision we make, the representation will be there to say that the LLC is complying with the LLC requested this hearing. The LLC is doing everything that they can do that's legally permissible to address the issue. And so the board appreciates the representation, Mr. Mussolino, that was made. So I do appreciate that. So that was fine, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
I apologize for overspeaking, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Mr. Preet, you did not overspeak. It's your attorney who's trying to protect you, sir. That's what that's about. It's not a matter of overspeaking. It's that when you have an attorney, sometimes the attorney will try to protect the client, and I'll say it that way. Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairperson doesn't need protection, but sometimes Mr. Preet wants to tell a much larger story than maybe the board needs to hear for this. So maybe some other time we'll have a chance to go into the intricacies of a triple net lease. It's not necessary here.
Well, the reason I was saying that, Mr. Mussolino, I don't know if I may, Mr. Chairperson, was we will have the right tenant, not now, maybe a year from now or 2 years from now, who would want to acquire a liquor license and to do the business the right way. And that is the only reason I wanted to, just talk. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mussolino.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairperson, and to the members of the board.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'm going to take a vote, and I'll take a vote, and what the board will issue an order whether or not we will lift the cease and desist or whether or not we will keep it in place until you have advised us that the tenant, that you have now secured possession of the property and the tenant has moved. So I think that's where we have to, that's the decision that the board needs to make, whether or not we will have the cease and desist remain in order, or as being requested by you, Mr. Mussolina, is to lift it because because as presented today, the landlord is doing everything that is within its power to remove this unlicensed client from the business,
Thank you.
from the
Thank you.
tenancy. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairperson.
sir.
All right. Okay. So as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice on this, although there is no specific case number, but this is, in this particular case, it is the unlicensed establishment, 1400 North Capitol Street LLC, pursuant to DC Code Section 257B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon this unlicensed establishment for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been second. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Decato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. What we'll do, Mr. Mussolina, we will consider the representation that you've made today, and we'll issue a decision on whether or not we will lift it. Whether or not we lift it, whether or not it will remain in place until you have provided us information to say that the tenant has been removed from the property. But we'll consider the representation that you made today regarding our next matter, our next process. I want to thank you and on behalf of your client, the landlord, for the representation that were made today. As I stated before, normally when we issue cease and desist orders, that the party disappeared, and so we don't hear from them anymore. But this is a particular case that they have refused to. They have continued to have parties in this sell and serve alcohol in this location without having the proper license from the ABC board. So we will take this matter under, we'll make a decision and let you know what it is that the board's going to do. All right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great day then. All right. All right, I'm going to call this case one more time. Case number, I'm going to move back as we're at the we're at the end of our morning calendar. So I'm going to call for the last time recall case number 22 PRO 00014 TAP 99, license number 116883. Ms. Foshbon, just one last time, is there anyone online for TAP 99 LLC?
Sorry, Chairperson, nobody's joined us.
All right, thank you. I then make a motion that we dismiss this. This was a substantial change request, and also the substantial change, it was a change of hours of operation, sales, service, and consumption, and that was being protested. And that was being protested by, I'm sorry, who was it being protested by? it was being protested by Frank Wren. And so this was a group of 5, was protesting this particular matter. So I make a motion that we dismiss the application and that we dismiss the application and that we dismiss the protest. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. So we have voted to dismiss the application, and we have also voted to dismiss the protest. The board will issue an order. The applicant and the protestant will have 10 days to provide the agency with reasonable cause why they failed to be present today. Absent a response from both sides from either side to provide us reasonable notice why they were absent today, the board order will take effect to dismiss the application for substantial change of hours, operation, sales, service, and consumption, and the protest. All right, thank you. So we're now dispensed off our morning calendar. So let us now do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 18th, 2022 for case numbers 21 CMP 00048, Fraternal Order of Police license number 060161. And the OIC terms as follows. Charge 1, imported alcoholic beverages without a permit, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25119. There's a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the ABC license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. For charge number 2, sold alcoholic beverages for off-premise consumption, statutory authority, DC Code Section 113A2A1. Fine of $1,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the ABC license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, number 2 on our legal agenda is review of a settlement agreement dated April 6, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1C and Lemont Royal, license number 120509. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated April 6, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B, the abutting property owner, and Axum Restaurant license number 119716. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated April 8th, 2022 between ANC 1B and Da Rum Spot, license number 11701. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 5, review of a second amendment to settlement agreement dated March 2nd, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Climax Bar and Restaurants, license number 115645. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. You're on mute, Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 6, review of the applicant's request to retroactively extend protest petition deadline dated April 19th, 2022 with the consent of the ANC. This is for Alley Cat, license number 119797. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis disagrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-1. Number 7, review of a request to reinstate canceled license dated April 14th, 2022. License was canceled on April 6th, 2022 pursuant to board order number 2022-149. This is Bangkok Thai Dine-In, license number 091333. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 8, review of a motion for reconsideration of denied application dated April 14th, 2022, filed by Overston R. Cox, Abra license number 119910. Mr. Cox's application for an ABC manager's license was denied by the board on November 17th, 2021. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 9, review of the District of Columbia's consent motion to continue dated April 13th, 2022 for case number 21 CMP 00068, Rito Loco El Techo, license number 104119. I make a motion that we approve this request and now schedule this hearing for May 25th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 10, I'm sorry. Review of a requested store invoices off-site dated April 6, 2022. This is for GCDC, license number 092808. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review of request to reinstate dismissed protest dated April 11th, 2022. Protest dismissed on March 30th, 2022 pursuant to board order number 2022-128. This is for Angelo Bar and Grill, license number 116070. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review of a petition to protest substantial change dated April 11, 2022. This is for Angelo Bar and Grill, license number 116070. I make a motion to deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review of protesting bankers' motion to reopen and supplement record dated March 25th, 2022. This is the 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review of the applicant's opposition to banker's motion to reopen and supplement record dated April 4th, 2022. This is in, the 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. This is now moot. Number 15, review of protested bankers replied to applicant's opposition to motion to reopen and supplement record dated April 5th, 2022. Again, this is in the 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. This is also moot. Number 16, review of the medical marijuana patient registration fees, notice of third emergency rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, the board is going to go off the record. We're going to return to executive session, and so we're going to go off the record, and we will, once we go into executive session, we're going to come back to officially close the record to go to lunch. But so we're going in executive session first, and then we'll come back on the public record, and then we'll have lunch. I believe that we should be in executive session for about 10 minutes. All right, thank you. We're back on the record. All right, we're back on the record. Let's now do our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of agency support for expansion of premises. This is for Chirshi, CHER Ethiopian Restaurant and Mart, license number 090311. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Sangria Cafe, license number 090781. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request to extend safekeeping of license while transfer of location is under placard notification. This is for Rodman's Discount Spirits, license number 108218. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Excuse me. Number 4, review request to extend safety of license. This is for Liberty Development Inc., trade name to be determined, license number 115615. I make a motion that we have a fact finding request a hearing on this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Cachachitos Restaurant, license number 095465. I make a motion that refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for 10 Tigers Parlor, license number 087703. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review request to extend safekeep to expand the premises, including total occupancy load from 78 to 185. This is VIP Lounge, license number 119913. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review application for a class change from retailer C Restaurant to retailer C Tavern. This is for VIP Lounge, license number 119913. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review application for change of hours to operate and live entertainment. This is for VIP Lounge, license number 119913. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review application for change of hours to extend hours on Wednesdays only as allowed by the updated settlement agreement. This is for Petworth Cigars, license number 110934. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review application for Sidewalk Cafe endorsement with 20 seats. This is for JR's Bar and Grill. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded this motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review application for change of hours. This is for Lydell, license number 119890. I make a motion to refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review application for change of hours to open earlier inside premises and on the Sidewalk Cafe. This is Cinder Neighborhood Barbecue, license number 112694. Make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review request to change the location of approved off-premises storage facility endorsement from 3401 Water Street Northwest to 4215 to 4421 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. This is for GoPuff Rive, license number 101261. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15, review request to add cover charge to existing entertainment endorsement as permitted by the ratified settlement agreement. This is for Air Restaurant license number 117404. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 16, review application for carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Del Mar, license number 106119. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis to second the motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 17, review application for carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Astra Beer Hall, license number 079786. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 18, review application for carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Bozzelli's Italian Deli, license number 118868. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 19, review request to extend approval of the pop-up location at 1071 Jefferson Street Northwest for an additional 30 days. This is for the Graham Georgetown, license number 119993. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed.
Mr. Short, second the motion, but you never got my vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Short. And so you approve the.
I do, yes. I second, then I do approve.
Thank you, Mr. Short. The matter passed 600. Number 20, review request to extend approval of the pop-up location at 411 New York Avenue Northeast for an additional 30 days. This is the Graham Georgetown, license number 119993. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 21, review request for additional extension of the deadline to renew the on-premise license. This is for the block license number 113549. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. Now we have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Boogie and Peel, license number 120631. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request to remove license from safekeeping as a licensee intends to resume selling alcohol as soon as possible. This is for Cachachitos Restaurant, license number 095465. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental license agenda. Review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for the Waldorf Astoria, Washington, D.C., license number 120992. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. That might pass 6-0. Number 2, review request for a temporary operator retail permit. This is for the trade name is to be determined. It used to be the former BLT Prime, license number 120991. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for to be determined, formerly Trump Gift Shop, license number 120990. I make a motion that we approve the request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, we now move to the notice of cease and desist agenda for Class A. There are 7 establishments on this agenda. I'm going to read all 7 names and their license and the reasons why they will be issuing cease and desist. At the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve the request. The first establishment is Union Wine and Liquor, license number 013855. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. The second request establishment is Grandel's Liquors, license number 071312. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Then we have Kana, a wholesale A, license number 115507. Licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. JS Mart Liquor, license number 116822. Licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Select Whiskey, license number 117401. Licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Ivy City Wine Company, license number 118058. Licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Spree Spirit, license number 118902. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board issues cease and desist orders for these establishments. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Brandis.
With Brandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We're now on the board temporary license and one day substantial change docket. I'm going to read the first (17) requests, and after reading the first 17 requests, I'm going to ask the ABC board to approve these requests. So the first one is a request from Jordana Enrich. This is for one-day license class F. This is for a school auction, May 14th, 2022. License number is 121008, 200 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 2, a request from Jacob Goodson, one-day license class F, wedding on April 24th, 2022. License number is 121084, 225 attendees, 5 security guard. Third request, a request from Daniel Kramer, one-day license class F, wine tasting, April 23rd, 2022. License number 121036, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 4, a request from Thomas Canavan, a one-day license class F, reception, April 26, 2022, license number 121056, 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 5, Iris Ross, one-day license class F, graduation party, June 5th, 2022, license number 121061, 55 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 6, a request from Jaime Aurora, one-day license class F, fundraiser, May 5th, 2022, license number 121071, 150 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 7, request from Zachary Coleman, a wedding, June 4th, 2022, license number 121100, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 38, a request from Abigail Paulson, one-day license class G, fundraiser, April 30th, 2022, license number 121071, 250 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 9, a request from Johannes Beghata, a one-day license class G, a wedding, May 8th, 2022, license number 121038, 130 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 10, a request from Stephen Rutgers, a one-day license class G, the Wharf Association and Washington Blade, June 11th, 2022, license number 121090, 1,000 attendees, 20 security guard. Number 11, a request from Louis Prenas, Preonas, a one-day license class G, wedding, May 5th, 2022, license number 121103, 250 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 12, a request from Maria D. Murphy, one-day license class G, event, the Queen's Ball at Bridgerton Experience reenacted April 25th through the 26th through the 27th, license number 121113, no more than 1,900 attendees, 38 security guards. Number 13, IHI-DC LLC, one-day substantial change, cocktail reception for the Fight for the Children, May 19th, 2022. License number is 118113. The substantial change license number is 22SC00643. Number 14, another request from IHI-DC LLC, a one-day substantial change. Wedding rehearsal, May 28th, 2022. License number is 118113. Substantial change. License is 22 SC 00677. Number 15, trade name JR's Bar and Grill, 1 day substantial change. June 11th, 2022. License number is 009267. Substantial change number is 22 SC 00644. Number 16, trade name Gallery O on H, 1 day substantial change. Fundraiser for East of the River Boys and Girls Club, life April 23rd, 2022. License number 094849. Substantial change 22 SC 00670. Number 17, Republic Restoratives LLC, 1 day substantial change, Whiskey and Barrel Night at Union Market. This is on April 28th, 2022. License number is 101343. Substantial change number 22 SC 00673. I make a motion that ABC Board grants those requests. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion along with Ms. Crockett. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 18, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl, DC Center Crawl. We motion to approve 1,000 participants. This is for DC Santa Crawl 2022, December 10th, 2022, DuPont Circle, Farragut area. The license number is 105182, substantial change number 22 SC 00648. I make a motion that we approve this request for 1,000 participants. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree. However, because of public safety concerns, I will vote for 1,000 and no more. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 19, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl, DC Halloween Crawl 2022. Date event October 29th, 2022. License number 105182, substantial change 22 SC 00647. I make a motion that we have a fact finding for this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. You're on mute, Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 22, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl, DC 90s Crawl 2022.
Is this 20 or number 20 or 22, sir?
This is number 20 we're reading. Number 20, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl, DC 90s Crawl 2022. I make a motion. This is for the date of the event is August 13th, 2022. License number is 105182. Substantial change number is 22 SC 00646. I make a motion that we approve 1,000 participants. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, because of public safety concerns, I will vote for 1,000 and no more. Thank you.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 21, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl, All American Bar Crawl, 1,000 participants. This is for June 25th, 2022. DuPont Circle, Farragut area. License number 105182, substantial change 22 SC 00645. I make a motion that we approve 1,000 for this event. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I would approve 1,000 because of public safety concerns and no more. Thank you.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 22, Regmo Promos Holding Inc. Pub Crawl, the Caribbean Crawl Summer Kickoff. This is for May 28th, 2022. License number 104072, substantial change 22 SC 00650. This is for 1,000 participants. I make a motion that we approve this 1,000 participant. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I have public safety concerns, the size of sidewalks on U Street, and I would not approve 1,000. I disagree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-1. Number 23, Regmo Promo Holdings Inc. Pub Crawl, the Caribbean Crawl. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Short have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 24, Regmo Promo Holdings Inc. Pub Crawl, the Halloween Hip Hop Crawl. This is on October 29th, 2022. I make a motion that we have a fact-finding hearing on this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 24, Sherry Alexander, one-day license class F. Conference. This is on April 17th, 2022. License number 121045, 150 attendees for security guards. So I make a motion that the board retroactively approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Will not Ms. Crockett a second? We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our one-day docket. I'm going to read the first 50 names. Once I review the first 50 names on this docket, I'll make a motion that the ABC board grants these requests. So the first one is Wagshaw, license number 101706. It's that their retailer full service grocery letter of request to update the members' ownership interests. Number 2, Wagshaw's Chef Trinity's license number 101707. Retailer C restaurant letter of request to update the members' ownership interest. Number 3, the Catering Company of Washington, license number 060538. Retailer C restaurant corporate change application. New name is SSPIN Inc. Number 4, the Catering Company of Washington, license number 060538, Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is now Elizabeth Gone Raw. Number 5, JW Marriott Hotel, license number 060171, Retailer C Hotel, letter of request to remove officers Brian G. McNamara, manager, and Gregory J. Larson, president. Number 6, Motheria, license number 116160, Retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Thomas D. Means, treasurer. Number 7, Motheria, license number 116160, Retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove officer Bradford R. Hermes, treasurer. Number 8, the Courtyard by Marriott, Washington, D.C., Foggy Bottom, GWU, license number 089405, Retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove officer Albert H. Smalls. Number 9, Lions Fine Wine and Spirits, license number 120359, Retailer A Liquor Store, trade name change application, Lions, new name is Lions Fine Wine and Spirits / Coasters. Number 10, Residence in Washington, D.C., Thomas Circle, license number 060397, Retailer D Hotel, change of officer application, Robert J. Kalchik, president and CEO. Number 11, Residence in Washington, D.C., Thomas Circle, license number 060397, Retailer D Hotel, letter of request to remove officer Kevin M. Kimball. Number 12, Taco Bell Cantina, license number 117777, Retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Eric J. Hayden, Vice President, Secretary. Number 13, Taco Bell Cantina, license number 117777, Retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove officer Jason G. Oviat, Vice President, Secretary. Number 14, Silver Sauce, license number 119892, Retailer A Internet, trade name change application. New name is Silver Sauce DMV Spirits. Number 15, the Washington Marriott Hotel, license number 100169, Retailer C Hotel, change of officer application. RUPESHA, A Patel, Vice President. Number 16, the Washington Marriott Hotel, license number 100169, Retailer C Hotel, letter of request to remove officers Lawrence S. Geller, President, Iman P. Smith, Vice President, and Corey P. Warning, Vice President. Number 17, Stein's Cafe, license number 114522, Retailer C Restaurant, Game of Skills, substantial change application. Number 18, this is for a personal importation permit application. This is for Elena Ho, license number 22 IMP 00007. Number 19, this is another personal importation permit application for Kira Carpenter, license number 22 IMP 00008. Number 20, Had Thai Restaurant, license number 021540, Retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application. The new change to add Katri Kiatrup, KIATRUNGRIT, President, Treasurer, and Secretary. Number 21, the Westin Grand Washington, D.C., license number 075025, Retailer C Hotel, letter of request to remove officers Brian G. McNamara, manager, Gregory J. Larson, president, and Dale E. Haberman, vice president. Number 22, Chacos Spirits, manufacturer A, change license number 117128, change of hours application. Number 23, Potomac Tiki Club, George Washington Memorial Parkway, Retailer DX Maritime, vessel stipulated license application. Number 24, Taco City, DC, license number 111960, retailer C Restaurant Sidewalk Cafe application number 25, the City Tavern Club, license number 000801, retailer CX Club change of officer application, Ryan P. Volkman, VP. Number 26, the City Tavern Club, license number 000801, retailer CX Club change of officer application, Paul M. Thrasher, treasurer. Number 27, Art Mark at Capital One Arena, license number 082437, retailer CX Arena change of officer application, Allison C. Birdwell, president. Number 28, Art Mark at Capital One Arena, license number 082437, retailer CX Arena change of officer application, Robert N. Diet, VP. Number 29, Mark at Capital One Arena, license number 082437, retailer CX Arena change of officer application, James J. Taranango, treasurer. Number 30, the Alibi Club, license number 000638, retailer CX Club change of officer application, Paul S. Stevens, secretary. Number 31, the Mansion on O, license number 025198, retailer CX multipurpose facility change of officer application, Tracy L. Holiday, secretary. Number 32, BK Events LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 120179, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 33, Langston Bar and Grill, license number 120993, caterers license, new ABC license application. Number 34, Le Mont Royal, license number 120505, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 35, 501 Wine and Spirits, license number 120541, retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application. Number 36, Expat, license number 119955, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 37, Space 8 LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 119995, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 38, Eden's Kitchen, license number 118203, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 39, TPK Experience, license number 121012, caterer, license, new ABC license application. Number 40, Year Van, license number 120217, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 41, Newland, license number 120239, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 42, La Vie, license number 106046, retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 43, The Line DC, license number 102177, retailer C Hotel Upstream, stock transfer application. Number 44, IO Japanese Restaurant, license number 096380, retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 45, Cafe on India, license number 083570, retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 46, The Golden Age, license number 120935, retailer C Restaurant, transfer with sale application. Number 47, Centino's Restaurant, license number 090808, 090806, retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 48, Pastis, license number 120268, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 49, Pastis, license number 120263, caterer license, new ABC license application. Number 50, Royal Sands Social Club, license number 119970, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. I make a motion that the ABC board approve these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The last two, number 51 and 52 on the list, I will give the name and then I'm going to make a motion that refer these back to licensing. The number 51 is the Easy Company, license number 120622, a retail at Sea Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 52, Easy Company, license number 120622, retail at Sea Tavern, carry out and delivery application. I make a motion that we refer these two back to licensing. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passes 6-0. All right. We're now at the end of our morning agenda. The board will be in recess until 1:45 p.m. So we'll be in recess for our public session until 1:45 p.m. I will ask, no, I'm sorry, we'll be in recess until 2 p.m. So we will come back for our public session at 2 p.m. I will then ask the board members to return to executive session at 1:45. So executive session at 1:45, and we will come back to our public session at 2 o'clock. Have a good morning. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We're back on the record. Good afternoon to the afternoon session of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. We're joined this afternoon by 5 other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members for the attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are actually 2 cases scheduled for this afternoon. There are 2 protests here, and however, as I'll read on the calendar, 1 case has been settled. However, but there are 2 cases on the schedule that I need to call. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. That's not necessarily relevant in this case. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business this afternoon is for case number 22 PRO 00006, Axum Restaurant, license number 119716. This case has been canceled. The parties submitted a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. And I believe we approved that settlement agreement this morning, earlier today on our legal calendar, our legal agenda. Our next case is case number 22 PRO 00001, Hillview Market, license number 119160. This is our protest hearing. Ms. Washburn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Dinesh Tandon, your rights have been elevated. Kirby Vining, your rights have been elevated. Terry Janine Quinn, your rights have been elevated. Diane Barnes, your rights have been elevated. India Luckett, your rights have been elevated. Jason Orfanon, your rights have been elevated. Evelyn Brown, your rights have been elevated. Rebecca Mills, your rights have been elevated. Scott Nguyen, your rights have been elevated. Jovan Miller, your rights have been elevated. And Rachel Skirick, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't see the licensee on the line. Where is Nindi Tendon? That's the licensee. I don't see that person on the line. Where's the licensee? Earlier I saw Mr. Denise Tendon, but Mr. Tendon is not the licensee. So where's the licensee? Ms. Foxbun, do you see a Ms. to Miss, Miss Nindi Tendon on the line, please?
Chairperson, he is not present, and Dinesh Tandon was elevated, but it seems like he fell out of the room.
Ms. Foshman, can you look back again for, I don't know what happened to, please see if you can find again Mr. Tendon on the,
I don't know, somehow, I'm here, sir. I don't know, somehow my camera stopped working. It was working just now. I mean,
but can you, I need to see you, sir, but I need you to, if you need to log out.
Chairperson?
Yes,
Yeah, Chairperson, is it possible for him to log out, log back in so I can actually elevate him? All I can do is unmute him.
sure, I can do that.
He has left the room.
sure. Okay, so we'll look back for him.
Chairperson, his mic is unmuted.
I'm sorry?
He is unmuted. I cannot do anything other than unmute him.
I don't know. My camera was on just now. I don't know what happened now.
Did you log off, sir, and try to log back on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
Well, I need to see, I saw you before, so I need to see you. I need to see who I'm speaking to. So let me ask you to log back off again, sir, and start back over and see what happens.
Okay. I don't know. It's not showing my camera now. Is there any way that I don't know? Is there any way the host can?
All right, Ms. Fossman, have you elevated his rights for his camera?
I'm unable to elevate him. Let me try sending him an email with another way to log in, and then that potentially could work. So just one moment.
Thank you. While we're waiting, I know there are several groups here, and so have you guys decided who's going to be the representative representing the protest? You, Mr. Vinen, are you? Okay, good, thank you. With all the different sites, I would allow the other sides to make an opening and closing if they so desire, but in the sense of presenting direct testimony and cross-examining witnesses, then we're just going to have one representative. I know you're raising your hand, Mr. Vining. You can speak if you need to. We're still waiting for the licensee to come on.
Thank you. I had 3 short questions as preliminary matters. Shall I wait on those until Mr. Tandon joins us?
Yes, I need to. Yes, if it concerns, if it concerns this case. If not, yeah.
Man.
I'd ask that everyone please mute your telephone until you're called upon to speak, please.
Chairperson, is it possible for Dinesh Tandon to log in with another device like a cell phone?
I was told that the office is also calling him, so I'm not sure, but it doesn't appear that he's back online. It's my understanding Mr. Janney, I think, is calling him, so I'm not quite sure what the agency is doing. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Tandon. He's not responding to our contact, so I don't know what's going on.
Dinesh Tandon has been elevated. Thank you.
Mr. Tandon. Mr. Tandon.
Yes, sir.
You are now logged in at, it appears that you're logged in twice, sir.
Yes, sir, I am.
I still don't see you.
You can see me?
But when I get a feedback, it's to let me, it's to inform me that you're actually logged in on two different equipment. Or someone else is logged in who is in the same location as you are. So are you logged in on two separate equipment, sir? I can see you, sir. Can you speak? Let me see.
Yes, sir, I can see you too.
All right. I just want to get, let me get some clarification.
Yes, sir.
Who's on the license?
Say that again, sir.
Who is on the license application?
So it's my wife.
And is she appearing today, sir?
She had sent in an email requesting me to represent her, but you know,
I'm asking questions, sir. I need the record to be that you had stated that she sent in an email to whom? Who did she send an email to, sir?
to Abra Legal, and asking, informing them that I would represent her in this hearing.
All right. So your wife, are you on the license?
No, sir, I'm not on the license.
Okay. So your wife, and what's your wife's name, sir?
Nidhi Tandon, Nidhi, last name Tandon, T as in Tom, A-N, D as in David, O-N.
So I am aware that your wife did send an email in to Abra to inform us that you would be representing her. However, the agency was unaware that she would not appear today. Is there some reason why she's not appearing today, sir?
No, sir. Actually, we had duly informed the agency 7 days prior to this hearing. But the thing is that we have a restaurant, and one of us has to be there. So she's taking care of the business right now.
All right. As I said before, you are correct. The agency was informed that you would be representing your wife at the hearing today. However, the agency was not aware that she would not be joining us today. I don't have a problem with it. I just want to make sure that the record, that clearly you represent on the record today that you are appearing today representing your wife, who is the licensee on who is on the application.
Yes, sir. But she can be here. Like, I can call her in a couple minutes if
it always helps when the licensee is here. I mean, one thing that, at least as board chair, I appreciate with doing this hearings virtually, I thought it was easier for the applicant. So the applicant, you stated that someone needs to be operating the business, that the applicant can still operate his or her business and still appear virtually in our hearing. So there's no reason, since the hearing is virtual, there's no reason for that other person not to log in. I'm not saying that she has to. I'm just saying that because the hearing is virtually, the virtual.
Oh, absolutely, sir. She's coming. She's here now.
Well, all right. All right, Mr. Vine, you had a.
Come join us, please. Come join us.
So, all right, that's fine. That's fine, sir. Mr. Vine, you said that you had a preliminary matter that you wanted to make, sir.
Yes, sir. In the PIF form, we sent in a list of witnesses and exhibits. Do we need to formally request permission to admit those witnesses and exhibits into the case?
Once you start your case, sir, then you can call the witnesses. I mean, if there are witnesses that you had listed that you want us to elevate their rights currently for them to listen, that's fine. But it's not necessary at this juncture. But when you present your case, then you can call your witnesses, and then if they're not already elevated, we can elevate their rights later on. And then during the presentation of your case, documents that you can move for us to admit those documents in evidence, sir.
Okay, so that would be up to me after the opening statement to request that the witnesses one by one that we've got on our PIF form to appear. Is that correct?
You can elevate you can ask that their rights be elevated now, or you can wait. But the process and how this works, this is the way this works. The board will call its witness, Mr. Miller. The board will ask Mr. Miller questions about his report. The board will then question Mr. Miller about the contents of his report. After the board questions Mr. Miller about the contents of his report, the licensee will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Miller. Once the licensee asks questions of Mr. Miller, then you as a designated representative will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Miller. Once that's done, the licensee will present his case. I am not sure how many witnesses, if any, the licensee will have. Once the licensee has presented its case, you will have an opportunity to question, cross-examine the licensee's witnesses, and the board will do so. And so therefore, then you will have an opportunity to present your case. So it's 2:30 now, so at a minimum, I don't see you presenting your case until 3:30, 4 o'clock. I'm not sure, depending how fast we move through the board's case and the licensee's case. So I just want to let your witnesses know that they will not be able to be called as witnesses. The earliest we're talking about 3:30, 4 o'clock. So they can we can have them here now, or you can wait maybe around 3:30, 4 o'clock to advise them that they need to be on standby so that we're going to call them. But I just want everyone to know that the way the process works is that I know this hearing was supposed to start at 1:30. I know we're somewhat delayed, but procedurally, the protestant will not present its case until 3:30 the earliest, 4 o'clock. Okay?
I understand. Thank you. I think all of our the protest witnesses have already been elevated, but we heard your comment about they would make. There's one other question that I wanted to ask.
Yes, sir.
Of the Bloomingdale Civic Association witnesses informed us, unfortunately, late last night, early this morning, that he would not be able to participate in person because he was called into work on an emergency. We're wondering if that person's testimony could be combined with one of the other Bloomingdale Civic Association witnesses who is with us, who is in fact shares a home with that person. Would that be permitted to combine those two because the one person cannot join us?
What do you mean combined, sir?
The two persons, the two witnesses share a home, and they prepared separate testimony that they were going to give. And I'm wondering if that one person who can be with us can append the absent witness's testimony to her remarks.
No, I mean, normally, I'm not sure what the licensee will say, because normally when you have a witness, they would want to have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. And I'm not sure if they will be able to cross-examine a statement. So that's the only problem there, is that I don't know what position the licensee will take. If the licensee objects, then we probably would not allow that to occur, because the licensee does have an opportunity, should have an opportunity to cross-examine any testimony. If someone places testimony in the record, the licensee or maybe the board or any board member might want to have questions of that witness, and it would be difficult for them to cross-examine a statement. So with that caveat, I mean, we can deal with that once that presents itself.
Shall I bring up that matter when it's time for the witness who is with us comes up and ask for this question?
Yes, sir. You can do that, and then I'll ask the licensee whether or not they have any objection, and then based on their response, I will try to make a decision what's in the best interest of how to present this case. Any other preliminary? All right, so let me have all the parties identify themselves. And so let's start with the licensee. Mr. Tandon, you have stated on the record, and the agency is in receipt of a representation saying that you'd be representing your wife today. But
Yes,
so
sir.
let us, for the record, please spell and state your name and your relationship, and then I'll have your wife also introduce herself, please.
My name is Dinesh Tandon, Dinesh. Last name Tandon, Tandon. I'm representing my wife, who is the licensee for Hillview Market.
All right, so if your wife is there, can she please spell and state her name for the record, please?
Sir, I'm very sorry. She had to, but I'll call her. Hurry up. Very sorry, sir. One of us has to take care of the restaurant, so. State your name. State and spell your name.
My name is Nidhi Tandon, first name Nidhi, and the last name is Tandon, Tandon.
And you're the licensee, your name is on the application, the license application, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, let's okay, so let's go to the protestant. Mr. Vining, please spell and state your name for the record, and who do you represent, sir?
My name is Kirby Vining. I spell Kirby. Last name Vining, V is in Victor, Ining. And I am going to present the opening statement for 3 of the 4 protest groups: the Stronghold Civic Association, the Bloomingdale Civic Association, ANC Single Member District 5E09. I will not be representing the 4th protest group, which is a group of 5 persons who were working on a voluntary agreement because they have not coordinated. So I will not be representing them, but only the 3, the Stronghold, Bloomingdale, and the ANC.
All right, who's here from the ANC?
Commissioner Diane Barnes was elevated.
I see her there.
I was on mute. Diane Barnes.
And who are you, ma'am?
I am the ANC representative for this single member district for ANC 5E09, representing ANC 5E.
All right, and who's here from the Bloomingdale Civic Association?
Hi, I'm Terry Janine Quinn. I'm president of the Bloomingdale Civic Association.
Can you spell your name for the record, please, ma'am?
It's TERIJANINEQUINN.
And who's here from the group? Who's here for the group? I was told there's a group of 5 or more. Is there a group here? Mr. Tandon.
Yes, sir.
Who is protesting your liquor license, sir? Your substantial change.
Who is protesting?
Yes, sir.
Stronghold Civic Association, the single
Uh-huh.
district, 5E09, and Bloomingdale Civic Association.
Okay. Okay, so there's no group then.
Well,
No, you don't have to answer. I was just, and I guess Mr. Vining, you said, and the reason I'm there have some confusion, you said that you don't represent the group. What group of five are more, sir? What group is that?
There was a group of 5 persons who were in our initial mediation discussions, who it was my understanding were going to be working on a settlement agreement, but we have not heard from them.
Well, if you have not heard from them and they're not here today, then they're not they're not a part of this protest. So if they were, let me just I just want to make sure, was that, who is Eric Tomasi?
That was the principal name working with the group of 5. I think that was the head of the group of 5. That's the name.
All right. So Miss Quinn, I'm sorry. What group are you with again, Miss Quinn? You're the Civic Association. I'm sorry. So
Yes.
you're the Civic Association. Miss Barnes is the ANC. So all right. So Eric Tomasi is not here, and there's nobody here. So because Eric Tomasi is not here, I guess I don't recall, and I need to look at the I need to look at the show cause hearing, the show cause, yeah. All right, so there's Eric Tomasi is not online, and neither is, and there's no one here from the group of 5 or more. Is that correct? Is there anyone else here who was with Eric Tomasi and his group? If there's no one else here with Eric Tomasi and his group, I'm going to make a motion that the ABC board dismisses the group of 5 or more from this protest, Eric Tomasi. Is there a second?
I second it, Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. I'll take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree the matter passed 6-0-0. So therefore, the group of 5 or more have been dismissed from this protest, and they've been dismissed from this protest, so they are not involved in whatever decision that is made regarding this application. The group of 5 or more, where Mr. Tomasi is a member, is not a part of this. Now, so the only protestants currently are the Stronghold Civic Association, the Bloomingdale Civic Association, and ANC 5E. And I guess Ms. Barnes, are you the single member district, or are you the chair of the ANC? Please just.
I'm the vice chair of ANC 5E.
Okay, all right. Anyway, so and just Mr. Kirby is representing all the protestants. Is that correct?
Yes.
It is, but we do have one of the witnesses here is the president of the Stronghold Civic Association. You did not call her by name. Would you like to?
I'm sorry, who else is here from Stronghold Civic Association?
The first witness is the president of the Stronghold Civic Association, Miss India Luckett. Who's been elevated.
Where is Miss India Luckett? Where is she? Can
Good afternoon, Chairman Donovan. I am India Luckett.
you spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Yes, India, INDIA, Luckett, LUCKETT.
And what's your relationship to this protest, ma'am?
I am the president of the Stronghold Civic Association.
All right, good afternoon, ma'am. All right, so prior to us starting this hearing, I stated what's going to happen. So basically, we'll have the licensee. I'm sorry, hold on 1 minute. we're gonna have the applicant he's gonna make an opening statement. Then the protestants will have an opportunity to make an opening statement, and then the board will call its witness. You have 5 minutes, 5 minutes to do an opening. Once we start the case, you have an hour to present your case. I'll be somewhat flexible, Mr. Vining, because you are representing 3 groups, but the board does not intend to accept repetitive or redundant testimony. This matter is going to take a minute. It's going to take a while because of the board's case. But I don't want us to be here all night. The board is available all night to do this, but I don't want us to be here all night. And so if I believe that if we're having repetitive or redundant testimony, then I will try to stop you. But because we want to make sure that you bring the facts that are important to this case for us to make a decision. I will also state please do not spend a significant amount of time in cross-examination. I prefer that you spend more of your time presenting direct evidence rather than cross-examining witnesses, because that does not help us per se. You're protesting the liquor. If you're protesting this application, then you need to tell me through witnesses' presentation your reason for protest, not through cross-examination. That's not necessarily helpful for this board to make a determination. All right? Okay. So let's start with opening statements, and Mr. Tendon, do you wish to make an opening statement?
All right. So, like I said, my name is Dinesh Tandon. I'm here representing my wife, Nidhi Tandon, who is the licensee. So, for Hillview Market acquired this business and the property in July 2021, this is an already existing beer and wine establishment which carried groceries as well for the neighborhood. And Hillview Market intends to do the same thing, with an exception of having liquor in it. And that is what my wife has put in the application for, to add spirits to the existing beer and wine permit, and a grocery shop, like, whatever it is, we're gonna keep the same concept going. Bloomingdale is a very vibrant neighborhood, and I believe 7-8 blocks on either side of it, there are no liquor stores, not a proper liquor store. And we believe that it's gonna be a very good fit for the community, and from the income, from the revenues point of view as well, for the business. We want to make it a one-stop shop, which will carry spirits, beer, wine, groceries, and to complement it, a little coffee store. So this is what the intention is, and we put in an application for that. Yeah, I'll close my statement here, and then I know there is a lot of protest, but since there is no history to any of the things that are being claimed in the protest, so I believe we should be given a considerable chance to run and operate and prove ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vining.
Thank you. I'm Kirby Vining, Director of Planning for the Stronghold Civic Association, presenting to you today as the designated representative of 3 of the 4 protest groups in this case. Well, it's all 3 protest groups in this case: Stronghold Civic Association, Bloomingdale Civic Association, and ANC Single Member District 5E09. Each of the protesting parties will present specific exhibits and witnesses as outlined in the PIF each group submitted, each addressing aspects of ABRA's appropriateness standards. But in this opening statement, we will present concerns in common to the neighborhoods of these three protesting parties. Each of the groups will describe how they surveyed neighbors and residents and how the surveys are the basis for this protest today. This case concerns an application for a Class A liquor license for the applicant's store that currently has a Class B beer and wine license. Since purchasing the store, the applicant has not been in business at this location selling liquor or anything else, so we in the community have no experience of how the proposed new business would be run. Thus, our comments must focus on the community's experience of the two Class B licenses in our neighborhood and envision what the change to a Class A license would be like. That is the simple question we ask the community. Do you support or oppose granting a liquor license to the store, and why? The vast majority of the neighborhood residents who responded to the surveys said they do not support the granting of a liquor license and provided details on why they took this position, mostly due to littering, loitering, and that is sometimes noisy and sometimes ends in violence, public drinking and drug use in the area surrounding the store in the past, and a collective view that adding liquor to the menu would only make matters worse for the community. The littering, loitering, drug use, etc., that the witnesses will speak about in opposition to the Class A license application is arguably only indirectly related to the presence of the two Class B stores in our neighborhood, as most of the unsavory activity witnesses describe is generally near but not on the premises of the stores, and thus beyond the control or responsibility of the store owners. ABRA has rather strict regulations governing on-premises activity, and those regulations are in general abided by. The objectionable activity described is demonstrably fueled by or catalyzed by the store's presences, though only indirectly caused by the stores. When the stores are closed, the objectionable activity is generally not present. The stores sell rolling papers, for example, but do not sell marijuana and have no control over where those rolling papers are used to roll marijuana. Bamboo brand paper wrappers sold at the stores are all over the neighborhood. Similarly, while hard liquor is not sold at either of these stores now, hard liquor bottles are frequently seen among the litter in adjacent areas, an example being Exhibit P14, which shows a liquor bottle atop a trash bag neighbors put out on Channing Street to try to encourage less littering. Given the environment and atmosphere created by Class B licenses, neighbors clearly asked themselves if a Class A license would help the situation, and the majority answer is clear that it would not. As an introduction to the witnesses and exhibits to be presented by the three protest parties, below is a brief description of the neighborhood and existing conditions in it that are shared by the neighborhoods represented here today. The neighborhood surrounding the applicant store is entirely residential except for one other Class B retail store a block away at 2501 North Capitol Street Northeast that was the subject of an application for a Class A license in ABRA case 16-PRO-00016 decided in August 2016, which is Exhibit P5. Both those stores are in buildings zoned residential, R3 zoning in the Stronghold area to the east, RF1 zoning, Bloomingdale to the west, as are all other properties in the neighborhood. These stores were originally built as corner stores at the same time as the adjacent houses in the World War I era. These two stores are nearly identical to the houses they're adjacent to, differing from those adjacent houses only in details of the larger entrances and windows. Exhibit P3 is a zoning map of the neighborhood showing the applicant's store marked with a star in red, the other store 1 block away at 2501 North Capitol Street Northeast with a black rectangle. Right up the middle of that map is North Capitol Street. That's Stronghold to the east, Bloomingdale to the west. The entire map is within the area of ANC SMD 5E09. Exhibit P4 is a map showing a slightly larger area where the nearest liquor stores to our neighborhood are located. At the extreme bottom of that map, the super liquor store is marked with an asterisk rather than a letter to indicate that it closed recently. The owner of Super Liquors ultimately decided not to renew and the Class A license was canceled. In ABRA case, ABRA-079241, Board Order 221-238 dated April 2021. So this is what the neighbors see when they look for stores in the neighborhood. Two corner stores with Class B licenses and sell beer, wine, and a variety of daily necessities just a short walk away, and a ring of liquor stores that is located a bit further away. Notice that the liquor stores marked on this map are all in commercial areas supplying a variety of other goods and services, and none of the liquor stores marked on the map are the only businesses in their respective areas. Note that within this same area with all the liquor stores, there are no banks, grocery stores, drugstores, or gas stations, all of which are available a bit further out in all directions. Based on these maps and the testimony you will hear, one might conclude that the neighborhood is sufficiently supplied with liquor stores now, and neighbors may enjoy both the convenience of proximity, but also the advantage of distance from them, while regarding the presence of two local convenience stores as a demonstrable benefit. There are few or no instances of objectionable behavior cited by witnesses at the applicant's store location since the store was closed, and that is in essence a demonstration that the activity cited is indirectly caused by alcohol sales. There have been no alcohol sales, no sales of anything since the store was closed. But there are examples of this activity continuing at the Channing Street store where alcohol sales continue. Exhibit P6 is a police report of calls to the applicant's store location for a one-year period ending in October 2021 when the store closed. We are told that this report is heavily redacted, so we can have no knowledge of what information was removed from it, though assaults and other incidents are identified, all in the first 6 months of 2021, when the previous owner was in business. At the same time, we requested a report of police calls to the other store at 2501 North Capitol Street to compare with this, but there's no information in response to that request because all information, we were told, all information in that report was redacted. So we have nothing to offer as evidence in that case to compare. We hoped to show a comparison of the type and frequency of police calls to these two stores when both were open and selling alcohol. Excuse me. An example of neighborhood complaints concerning the derelict current condition of the store is Exhibit P9, dated March 6, 2022, and Exhibit P10, an email from Abra promising to assign an investigator to investigate this matter that, as far as we know, has not yet been investigated, as no responsive communication has been received. That's the, I conclude my opening remark.
All right, thank you, sir. The board will call its first witness, Mr. Jovan Miller. Mr. Miller, can you raise your right hand, please? Oh, I'm sorry, you were on one side of my screen, but then you switched to another side. That's why I'm like looking for you, couldn't figure out where you were. I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Miller, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Jovan Miller, Jovan. Last name Miller, Miller.
And Mr. Miller, where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And how long have you been employed at this agency, sir?
Next week it will be 3 years, sir.
And what are your duties and responsibility at the agency?
Abra investigators conduct investigations and inspections of ABC licensed establishment throughout the District of Columbia.
Now, are you familiar with this establishment, the nature of this protest, the Hillview Market, sir?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become familiar with this establishment?
I have done the investigation for the protest, for the Hillview Market protest.
And did there come a time that you wrote a report?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to share your screen and share this report with us, sir?
Sir, I have it in paper form, but I do have my report. I can just give the summary of the report.
All right. Well, I think, do you have, at some point, probably I would like you to share your screen, especially to go through the exhibits so we can all see whatever exhibits are part of your report. But we can start. So now, who are the protesters in this? Who are the parties protesting this substantial change application, sir?
That would be the ANC 5E, Bloomingdale Civic Association and the Stronghold Civic Association.
And have you had an opportunity to speak to representatives of these groups, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what information were you able to gather when you spoke to who did you speak to from the ANC?
I spoke with, excuse me, the ANC. I spoke with, let's see, that was Miss Diane Barnes.
And what information, if any, were you able to gather as a result of your conversation with Ms. Barnes?
No further information was added. I believe that they were going to bring witnesses or information to present for their case.
So, but I'm saying, did you speak to Ms. Barnes? What if anything did she share with you, if anything?
There was no information, sir. No additional information from outside of their protest report.
Or
Protest letter.
what about, did you speak to anyone from the Stronghold Civic Association?
For all three protestants, they all had the same, that they would provide information once for the case once they had the protest hearing. Outside of their protest letter.
So you're basically saying that, but let me ask you a question, because you contacted them, and so what did they say?
I believe all information was that they would present their witnesses. They were gathering their witnesses for some, and others had no other information to add to their protest from their protest letter.
But do you know why? Do you know why the ANC is protesting the substantial change application?
They stated just for peace, order, and quiet, real property values, residential parking needs, vehicular and pedestrian safety, and over concentration of liquor stores.
So this is information that they provided in their protest letter?
Yes, sir. Let me go exactly to their protest letter. Sorry, gotta scroll down. Some of their protest letters are a little lengthy, but just give me them.
So they all refer you back to their protest letter and say, I have nothing else to say. You should review my protest letter. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Some were gathering more information as far as witnesses, and others didn't have anything else to add to their protest letter outside of that.
Well, so you wrote a report. So what is it that you wrote a report regarding? Tell me what's in your report. What were you able to report to? What are you able to report today as part of your investigation?
You would like me to read the summary, sir?
What I'm trying to, I need to bring information in for the public record. So you've done an investigation. So what I'm trying to find out, what is it as a result of doing the investigation of this protest? What is it that you're able to find out?
So some protestants, well, actually all, have concerns about traffic on North Capitol Street. I think it's already a busy street, and they don't think that more traffic as comes to the establishment would change the nature of traffic. Also loitering. They have numerous liquor stores that have loitering and littering and crime, degrading the business and profile of liquor stores. What else? Of course, parking. They said there's not a lot of parking, so I guess you have to evaluate traffic flow. And That's about it. That was the main concerns.
But this is all information that was in their protest letter. It's not from any investigation, in speaking of them.
Yes, sir.
What about, were you able to speak to the applicant?
Yes, sir. I had a chance to speak with actually the representative, Mr. Tandon, who was representing.
So what information, if any, were you able to gather from Mr. Tandon?
Mr. Tandon basically stated, I'm going to go to exactly what he stated. That he was doing renovations of his establishment. He's going to, I believe he said 200 to 300,000 to improve the establishment. He hasn't had any history of ABC license violations from ABRA. And he just wants to know basically why people are protesting against this establishment. He has no loitering. He said he has no loitering or littering outside of his establishment or criminal activity. And that's the basis of it.
Okay. So were you able, so you spoke to the representative, Mr. Tandon. Were you able to view the property?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about, were you able to review the property with Mr. Tandon or independent of him?
I reviewed it with Mr. Tandon.
So tell me, tell me about that. What is it that, what did you talk to him about, and what is it that you saw? And when is it that you saw this?
I talked to him about basically his thoughts on the protest, I brought to him the problems that the protestants claim to be happening. He basically told me the information I provided to you a few moments ago. As far as the property goes, he hasn't done any upgrades as far as the establishment as of yet. It's a little bit outdated, and the interior and exterior does need work.
Now, so you went to the site with Mr. Tandon to view the site?
Yes, sir.
So when did you go there, and tell me, so tell me about the site. What is it that you saw when you went to view the site with Mr. Tandon?
Mr. Chairperson, can I just share my screen so I can show the property?
All right, well, hold on a minute. All right, I'll let me go. That's one of the exhibits that you have later on. Is that later?
Yes, sir.
Is that one of the exhibits that you have that is attached to your report?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's hold on for this. Hold on before we go there. But let me ask you, so tell me about the characteristics of this neighborhood. What happened? Tell me what is it that you're able to find out regarding the characteristics of the neighborhood?
The characteristic of the neighborhood is very peaceful. I have not monitored. I monitored the surrounding areas. I haven't seen a lot of criminal activity. Further down North Capitol, there were people who were, I guess, homeless, but that's probably about 3 or 4 blocks down. Across the street, occasionally there were homeless people there, but overall the neighborhood was a pretty good neighborhood. As far as the exterior around the building, it's pretty clean. There wasn't a lot of littering. It was occasional people dropping things, but nothing extravagant. Outside of that, it was just a busy street. Of course, North Capitol is very busy and very quiet. It's very quiet over there.
All right. Are there any other ABC licensed establishment within 1,200 foot of this establishment?
Yes, sir.
And what establishment is that?
That is Capital Market, sir.
And
Class B.
What type of establishment is that?
Class B.
What's a Class B, please?
Sorry. Class B only sells wines and beer, and does grocery. It's a full grocery as well. Sells deli items, various home things. Yeah.
All right, what are the proposed hours of operation of, it's my understanding that this establishment is not open as yet.
Yes, sir.
But what are the proposed hours of operation, for this establishment, and hours of sales of, hours of sales of, alcoholic beverages if this license is approved?
Sunday through Saturday, the hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Hours of sale on Sunday is 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
All right, you had testified before that you went to visit the location with the representative, but outside of this other time that you went to visit the establishment, have you gone to the establishment to observe the operation?
Yes, sir.
How many times have you been there?
Myself, 8 times, but in total, it's 11.
And so for the 8 times that you went to observe the establishment, what did you observe?
I observed a quiet neighborhood for the most part, besides traffic during rush hour. It really wasn't anything going on. No patrons outside or pedestrians, excuse me, outside. Light littering, nothing to observe from probably like the wind blowing it into the area. But overall, it was quiet. No criminal activity. No no pedestrians who seem to be doing any drugs. No loitering.
Now, have you had an opportunity to monitor any other establishments that's within walking distance of this location?
Oh, yes, sir.
And what are they?
That is Capital Market.
I'm sorry, the who?
Capital Market. It's one establishment within walking distance of Hillview Market. It's Capital Market. I mean, Capital Market, excuse me.
But are there any other establishments along the corridor that you have that you have noticed in your investigation of this facility?
Not a ABC licensed establishment.
But are there are there any other establishments that are there?
There is a market called Flagler Market that is within walking distance. I only observed that twice, and it was not really busy.
So you're saying that's not an ABC establishment, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Ms. Foshbaum, can you give Mr. Miller the ability to share his screen, please?
This has already been accomplished. Thank you.
So what is it that you want to share with us, Mr. Miller?
I want to show the exhibits for the exterior interior of Hillview Market.
So what exhibit are you going to show us now?
Excuse me, let me share my screen. Go down to, I'm going to show you the exterior first of Hillview Market. Screen 2, I think that's direct. Am I sharing correctly?
I'm not seeing, all I see is the Abra logo, so.
All right, maybe I'm not sharing correctly. Share a file. Excuse me, sir. Is
What
it?
is it that we're now looking at, sir?
You can see it, Chairperson, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, I have taken to what are we looking at?
This is the exterior of Hillview Market, which used to be Sunbeam Market.
Okay, what else?
This is the surrounding area on this street is, I believe, street is, this is Bryant Street, sorry. This is the other side on North Capitol.
When you're going through the documents, can you just tell us for the record what exhibit you are describing for us, please?
So for this exhibit, I am showing you guys just the side of.
No, I'm sorry, what exhibit, also what exhibit number is this too, please?
This is exhibit 11. This is the left side of Hillview Market. I'm just showing you guys just the exterior of just the ground and how around the building has a little bit of weeds or stuff going on in the building. Exhibit 12 is just showing you guys the sign, how it's a little bit worn down and it needs a little bit of maintenance. Also, just the front door of the establishment, which has a gated door with a lock. Exhibit 13 is just the right-hand side of the building, just showing the exterior to get a better view. And exhibit 14 is the interior. I'm going into the front door, which will be greeted by ATM and I believe the freezer. Exhibit 15, that's inside of, I guess you want to call it a box. I'm not sure the general name for that, but just showing the interior. Again, Mr. Tannen told me that they were doing upgrades on the establishment.
So generally, the interior of the establishment is in disrepair. Is that what you're showing us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Exhibit, excuse me, 16 is just more of the interior, showing the just the surrounding areas. Exhibit 17, just more of the interior, showing that the floors it's not really organized at the moment.
And again, you're showing us the interior of the restaurant, and basically I'm sorry, the interior of the business, and it's a business in disrepair because it's not are you saying it's not apparent that any work has been done since the last licensee moved out, and so the building is in disrepair. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are there any produce or is there anything for sale currently in the business?
No, sir, the store has not been open since it has been transferred of sale.
Okay, go ahead.
And just more interior photographs for exhibit 18, I believe. 19, excuse me. This is just the back of the store. I was just showing more of the floor and the disrepair of the back of the store for exhibit 20. Let's make sure. And just more photographs of the back of the store, the establishment, excuse me, of work that needs to be done. And the remaining photos are just more photos of the repair that need to be done, Mr. Chairperson.
Now, based on your conversation with Mr. Tendon, the representative,
Yes, sir.
this establishment currently has a license, so did you have any conversation with them since he already has a B license? Why is he not operating with a B license?
Mr. Tandon stated that he was waiting on the repairs. I believe he's waiting on after the substantial change protest to see if he can do, I guess, different upgrades to the establishment to fit liquor inside of the establishment or modify the interior of the establishment. He stated that he would be putting 200 to 300,000 into the establishment to do renovations.
So based on your conversation with him, did he share with you what products, if any, would be sold in this establishment?
No, sir.
So were you able to gather, is this going to be a grocery, or is this just going to be a strict liquor store? Do you have any, based on your conversation with him, did he give you any idea what is it that he plans to do with this business? Since what I'm being shown, it's an empty store of disrepair.
From what I believe, he just stated that that he wanted to do the repairs. He didn't have a direction of which way he was going at the moment. And I believe he just waited, as far as I know from his earlier statements today, that he was planning on doing a store providing full grocery. But up until our previous conversation, no, sir.
All right, what else do you have to show us?
The remaining is more just photographs of the interior of just leftover from the, I believe, previous owner of old alcohol there and wine. And that is Exhibit 23. Exhibit 24, just more left behind items from the previous owner, just left in the freezer. And then it goes into just his settlement, his ABC license. And as far as the establishment goes, there's no more photographs of the interior, exterior. That was all.
So what other exhibits do you have attached to your report?
I have the ABC license, the settlement agreement.
And can you please let me know what are these exhibits that are the name of it? What is it in the exhibit number, please?
Exhibit 25 is the ABC license. Exhibit 26 is their current settlement agreement. This is a continuation of the settlement agreement. Also in a continuation of the settlement agreement. Furthermore of the settlement agreement.
You can move on to the next exhibit, please.
Yes, sir. Exhibit 27 is the transit stations that are near Hillview Market. There are approximately 10 that's within 2 to 3 blocks in each direction. That's I'd be like Route 80 or Bus 80. Exhibit 28 is just signs of the parking that's around the building. This is right here. is North Capitol Street, right by the establishment. This also is for Exhibit 29, another parking sign for North Capitol.
Is how far is it from the establishment?
This is approximately like half a block.
Okay.
Exhibit 30. Excuse me. This is Adams Street, which is, I believe, 2 blocks down. And it's just more parking. This is Exhibit 30. This is Bryant Street on the side of North Capitol. Excuse me, side of Hillview Market. More parking signs for Exhibit 31. This is Channing, I believe, Street. More parking. This is Exhibit 32. And that was all, Mr. Chairperson.
All right. You can close your screen, please. Any question by any board members?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. I want to thank you for your presentation and for the report that you have asked to be made part of the record. I want to thank you for your good work on that. I know it's my understanding that this establishment was closed during the entire time you investigated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you, even with that situation, did you do a call for service for that address?
Yes, sir.
Is that part of your report? Because I was trying to see if I could see that.
Yes, sir. The calls of service was attached to, well, they had no calls of service. It wasn't actually, I wrote in a report, but I didn't have actual paper from them because I had nothing to report.
But okay, but what types of calls for service did you obtain? Because you said you made a call, you did a research for calls for service for that address. Were there any information you learned from that?
No, sir. They had 0 calls for service for that address.
Okay. Well, that tells us something in a way. Did you also find out from the applicant what percentage of the inventory of the prior owner, which I understand was a B license, and it had groceries as well as beer and wine. Did you have any conversations to try to determine what that percentage was?
No, sir, but a Class B full of grocery have to have 50% of deli items or things in that nature.
Okay, I appreciate that being made part of the record. Okay, I want to thank you again. I want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions by any other board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Investigator Miller.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Would you please pull up, well, before we go there, parking in the vicinity of this applicant's establishment. Can you describe the parking for residential and the parking for business, if there is any?
There is limited for both on each street. They do have residential parking designation, and they also do have just limited parking, but it is limited around the vicinity of the establishment.
Okay, now, on one of the photographs you showed of the of the applicant's store there on off Capitol, and I believe that's Adams Street. But at any rate, it showed that there's 2 stories to that building, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you know, or did you investigate what's on that second floor?
The second floor are apartments, sir.
Residential?
Yes, sir.
What types of what abuts the store on either side or on the rear?
Excuse me, sir. I couldn't hear you. Could you say it one more time?
What types of occupancies abut the establishment is asking for the state license?
It's residential.
So residential on the north side,
Yes, sir.
residential on the back,
Yes, sir. Well, that would be the south side and the back.
okay, now, should this license be granted by this board, he'd have to have deliveries of his goods that he's going to sell, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Did you question the licensee as to where he would get his deliveries, or where the store that was there previous to him buying it, where their deliveries were made?
No, sir.
Did that come to your mind that it might be an issue?
I believe there is an alley which is, if I'm not mistaken, let me not speak wrong.
Well, since I know you're not into traffic, so I'm not going to do that to you. So let's move on. Now, what I'm going to ask you is, the alley that you were partnering just now in the rear of this licensee's proposed store, how wide is it, the alley in the rear of it?
I'm not sure, sir.
Would you say that that the big delivery trucks would have an issue, or they could just drive clearly through?
I believe a big delivery truck would have an issue.
Okay, now also what I wanted to ask you is, what was the sale date? What was the sale date that this licensee purchased the location he's in there? What was that sale date?
I believe that was in July of 2021.
07/21. And it's been vacant ever since, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
So when you made your testimony about how quiet it is, did you factor in if you put a store there that it would change that quiet just a wee bit or a little bit, or would it affect quiet at all?
I am not sure, sir.
But right now, it's quite quiet.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Outside of traffic.
So you showed the interior. Did you get the square footage of the interior?
No, sir.
Would you consider it to be large, small, medium?
I am not sure, sir.
Have you been to many A stores with that same type of interior?
Yes, sir.
Where are they located, if you don't mind, if your memory can serve you?
I am not sure off the top of my head, sir.
Are there many?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fair. Now, showing the inside and you don't know the square footage, did you see any storage areas for deliveries of A products or any other product? Did you see much storage area?
They did have a lower level, a basement for storage.
And is that a stairway going down, or can they load it from the outside or the inside? How do you get to that storage area?
Stairwell, sir.
One way in and one way out?
They have I believe, exit on the bottom floor.
So it's on the first floor, the store itself?
Yes, sir. Ground level.
On the ground level. And so the entrance for or exit from the basement, you said it's on the, what does that come out on, the alley side or the front side? What does that second entrance come out of the basement?
Alley side.
Okay. And I guess what I wanted you to do for me, if you would you pull up exhibit number 28 on your, that you were showing for us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's 28.
Yes, sir.
What is that showing?
That is showing the parking near Hillview Market.
Now, are those houses or those homes or those buildings on the same side of the street as the applicant's store?
Yes, sir.
Is one of them a buddy store?
I'm not sure what that means, sir.
Is there one of
Oh,
them?
budding.
Yeah, does one of them share a wall with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now across the street from these stores, I guess that would be Adams Street. What's on that corner, the next corner? On the next corner?
More residential housing, more row houses.
So can you tell me, are there many commercial establishments at all within a block and a half of this store?
Outside of Capital Market, no, sir. And Flagler Market, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Flagler Place. But at any rate, within one block of the picture that you're showing, exhibit number 28 or 29, within one block of these homes, are there any other commercial stores at all within one block?
No, sir.
Directly across the street from where these pictures are taken, what is there?
More residential housing.
Okay, so the parking signs, can you pull up the parking signs again, please? To your best, can you read them for us, for the record?
Snow emergency route, no parking during emergency, tollway, no standing or parking 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Monday through, I'm not familiar with the other one states.
That's probably Saturday, but at any rate, thank you for that. And I'm looking at section 400 of our code book, the Arbor Code Book. And that says appropriateness, forgive me, requirements. And under section B, which reads, the establishment will not have an adverse impact on residential parking needs, considering available public and private parking, and any arrangements made to secure such parking for the clientele of the establishment. Now, me reading that statement, in your interpretation, I don't know what that would be, but would you consider with the parking needs of this community, are they appropriate to have now a store come there? In your opinion?
I am not sure, sir.
Okay, so in the residential parking on Adams Street, that means you have to have a residential sticker in your windshield that you live in that community to park there at certain hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for an excellent report, investigator. And I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Please close your screen, Mr. Miller. Any other questions by the board members? Mr. Tandon, any questions of the investigator?
Yes, sir, I can ask him. Yes. Mr. Miller?
Good afternoon.
Mr. Miller, how are you? Thank you for your report, first of all. Mr. Miller, just one question from me. When on 11 instances when you were there, did you ever feel that there was traffic, like the parking could be an issue? Parking was an issue?
You are asking me if I believe that traffic was and will be
No,
an
I'm
issue.
not asking that. I'm saying that during your 11 visits, whenever you were there 11 times, you said for your inspections or whatever, did you ever feel for once that the cars were parked all the way North Capitol up and Bryant Street and Adam Street and Channing Street, everywhere there was no parking spaces available?
No, sir. There were a few parking spots available.
Right. So, this is all just the parking problem issue. I am trying to address that, North Capitol Street is a busy street anyways, and it's a busy intersection. With the store coming there or the store coming in operation, it's an overstatement to make if people say that, if somebody says that parking is going to be an issue. I don't believe parking is ever going to be an issue. It's always going to be a stop and go kind of a situation where
Mr. Tandon, are you asking a question, sir? I mean, you'll have an opportunity to present your case.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
I'm not stopping you, sir. I'm just saying I need you to ask questions if you have questions. When you present your case, you can make arguments, but this is just if you have questions of the investigator of his report.
That's it, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Vinen, any questions of the investigator?
Yes, please. It was the visits that Mr. Miller had to the location there, asking about parking because it's a common concern of the civic associations, the ANC. Were your visits, sir, all during the daylight hours or any in the evening?
There were day and night.
You have in paragraph 9 of your report, or in the DC Office of Unified Communications, there were no calls for service from August 21 through March 1st to the address of 2324 North Capitol Street. Was that standard ABRA practice to ask, what is that, three months? You went back 3 months? Is that the scope of your request?
In regards to the establishment, we would go off of the time frame that the establishment actually had for Hillview Market. We wouldn't want to give them the calls for service for something that did not occur with them.
Okay, so that's the period of time that it was Hillview Market's responsibility, not the previous owners. Is that correct?
Correct.
For your visits to the neighborhood there, it's quite clear to all of us that the store was not open. You're well aware of the Capitol Market. It's 1 block north of the location. Did you make any observations about activity about the Capitol Market because it's a Class B market? Did you make any observations about that? I know that's not the case here, but we cite it frequently as a parallel case, the only other store nearby. Did you look at the activity at 2501, parking activity, any of that during your visits?
I monitor their establishment as far as loitering, littering, residential parking, and are you asking me what did I observe, or are you just asking me did I do that?
Just asking if you observed it at the same time you were visiting the applicant store.
No problem. Yes, I did.
I have no further questions.
Before I dismiss Mr. Miller, any other questions by any other board members? No. The way Mr. Vine is the only person who can ask questions, because that's why I asked, he's the only designated representative. And so I'm just now asking the board members before dismissing Mr. Miller, if any other board members have any questions that they want to ask. All right, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Miller. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Mr. Tandon, how do you wish to present your case? Do you have any witnesses you wish to call?
Yes, sir. So I am,
I'm sorry, do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
No, sir, I don't have a witness. No.
So you're going to be testifying, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And be aware that Mr. Vining is going to have an opportunity to cross-examine you, sir. All right, and the board will. Go ahead.
So my wife's intention is to introduce, a small women-owned small store, small community store with selected spirits, beer, wine, and selective grocery. And she also plans to complement the store by adding a little coffee place to it, and introduce a place of gathering, remote work, and a one-stop shop kind of a place for coffee and treats. But I am really shocked at the negative and discriminatory comments made by the members of Stronghold Civic Association and other protestants pertaining to her request for a license change. Their objections seem highly discriminatory because despite mayor's efforts to incentivize and influence women entrepreneurship, they seem to be working hard to have her application denied. Now it is no secret that there has been evident rise in the crime in our city. Like recently, the residents of Washington, D.C. received an Amber Alert where a 12-year-old boy was kidnapped. And a couple months back, a car, in an unfortunate incident, a car crashed into an establishment where patrons were enjoying dinner. Later that week, there were shots fired in Trinidad, and then last week there was a carjacking on North Capitol Street. These are all instances that have angered our community. I understand that. But in no way these can be linked to small businesses with Class B or Class A licenses. Insisting otherwise undermines the dedicated entrepreneurship and hard work behind these establishments. As per the protest filed, it seemed like the Stronghold Association, what Stronghold Association and single member district is trying to say is that if every accident happening on North Capitol Street is because of Hillview Market's class change application. Every incident cannot be linked to Hillview Market. And the trash on the streets as described in the protest form submitted by Stronghold Civic Association is in no way coming from our store. In fact, with a well-run business on the block, the trash and unwanted loitering is bound to decrease. Stronghold Civic Association and other protestants' claims are simply hypothetical assumptions because Hillview Market has not been in operation for even a single day ever since it bought the business from Sunbeam Market. This is because Hillview Market has an extensive renovation plans and is waiting on permits from DCRA under the application number B2203041. There is zero trash, zero loitering directly related to our property on 2324 North Capitol Street. Ms. Evelyn Brown's statement in the protest form submitted seem hyperbolic and misrepresents our establishment. Her statement insisting that there are piles of trash all around is an extreme overstatement. I have personally hired Mr. Cesar Lopez, one of the temporary caretakers for the property ever since I bought it. And his job is to make sure that the property stays clean of all the litter around. And he does a good job in keeping it. There was also another, in the protest form, it was mentioned about the snow removal, which seemed outrageous to me since back in, during the winter time when it was snow around, the whole Bryant Street, entire block on Bryant Street had large patches of frozen ice and no one cared to tend to. But Ms. Brown seemed heavily focused on a little patch of ice that was outside Hillview Market, but nonetheless, that request was also taken care of in a timely fashion by Mr. Cesar Lopez. Stronghold Civic Association is perhaps adopting this form of opposition because of the successful protest against a class change for Capital Market back in 2016. Capital Market is another establishment with Class B license on northeast side of North Capitol and Channing Street. I was reading through the facts of the Abra investigator, and it seems like Capital Market was not following the rules, and there has been a history of defaults. My wife, on the contrary, along with me and our family, has owned and successfully operated a restaurant in Northeast DC with full liquor license for the last 9 years without any complaints or negative history. The restaurant now has become a neighborhood favorite and is a staple to the community in Noma. The comments from the constituents represented by Stronghold Civic Association and single member district seem to claim that the city's Class A and Class B retailers are to be blamed for all the crime, loitering, and public urination in their respective areas, which is highly discriminatory. I understand the concerns of the commissioners and the neighbors, but all the concerns are based on assumptions and are hypothetical, since our business, Hillview Market, has not been in operation so far. It is and it always will be our soulful duty to make sure that we follow all the rules and protocols to ensure our patrons' safety and comfort for the neighborhood. We will do everything in our power to ensure that the business is not direct cause of any neighborhood disruption. I just hope that my wife has a chance to own and operate the business of her dreams in her beloved city. We want this store to be the strong addition to the community and become a place of peace for Bloomingdale. We hope you will understand our pure intentions with the new store and approve on the class change request. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Vining?
Yes, if you please, Mr. Tandon, in your opening statement, you said you spoke about your plans for the business to as a good fit for the community.
Yes, sir.
You can see in our exhibits, and the witnesses will talk further about that, that everything that the three organizations have presented as testimonies is based on surveys of the community. So I'm wondering how you arrived at that determination of a good fit for the community, what surveys of neighbors or what market research might have informed that statement?
It is just the way we approach to the community, sir. First of all, I don't know how Hillview Market has been presented to your community by you or your other members of the organization. If you tell someone that it's a liquor store that is coming to the corner, this class change is gonna bring exclusive liquor store, which will bring all the loitering, littering, and crime, and that is what people are gonna start thinking about it like that. But if you lay the plan out, if you tell them what my plan is, I think I should be given a chance to present my case rather than you guys doing the job for me. If the case is presented, and from my true heart, I have been trying to connect with you guys. I have been trying to send you emails without any response, to connect with you, to share my plan with you. My plan is not to make it an exclusive liquor store. That is not the plan. The plan is to have spirits as a part of the already existing beer and wine and grocery store, and to complement it, we're gonna have a small deli and a coffee place. And we plan to make it a neighborhood get-together place. Please present the same way I am presenting this case to you. If you present it the same way to the community, they will respond with positive numbers. I tried to reach out to the community, as much as I could. Like, I don't have all the emails, but I could get together a few, and then I sent out the emails, and I got a much positive response. And some of them said that they didn't know all this. They were not told about all this. They thought that it is just an exclusive liquor store coming to the neighborhood, and probably nobody likes the idea of losing a corner store to a liquor store. But I truly feel that it is a good fit. It is gonna be a good fit for the community. I'm trying to make it a one-stop shop for the place. I'm thinking outside the box. Please think outside the box with me. Sometimes the picture is better on the other side. This is all I'm trying to say.
Mr. Tandon, you presented to the Stronghold Civic Association, both in person and took questions there, and did the same with the Bloomingdale Civic Association, and presented your case. And I'm not sure if you're aware that it was only after you presented to us, you presented the business plan, that the three organizations did their survey of the community. But the survey of the community, we emphasized that this is a case before ABRA. We were very appreciative of the fact that you presented your business plan, but we said that the only question that ABRA wants to know is, does the community oppose or support a Class A license in the neighborhood? And please explain why. So are you aware that that is the sole basis of the responses that you heard?
I understand, but 60 or 70 constituents don't contribute to whole Bloomingdale. Bloomingdale is a big population of 40 to 50,000 people. 60 or 70 constituents, unhappy constituents who don't fall with my plan, they don't contribute, or they don't necessarily make the whole Bloomingdale, you know. This is all. I understand that, probably you cannot make everybody happy, but the intention is to make everybody happy. The plan is to make everybody happy, but you cannot make everybody happy. There are some people who probably don't fall with the idea, but my intention is true. My wife's intention is true. Our plan is going to be the same. It is an issue on your side. You have the trust issues. You think that I am playing some bait and switch game where once I get the liquor license, I'm gonna turn it into a full-blown liquor store. I believe these are the trust issues. But from our end, we are stuck to our plan, and we're gonna stick to our plan always, because the intention is to make it a neighborhood place. I cannot go against the constituents and try to run a business in a community, which is a very community-oriented place. Bloomingdale is a very community-oriented place. I cannot go against the community and still expect my business to succeed. I have to work with the community. But what I am trying to do is, I am trying to come out with a plan, and a plan which fits all age groups, which will serve all age groups. I'm thinking outside the box. That's all I'm doing. I am trying to have spirits, beer, wine, grocery, coffee, a small deli. I mean, I think what else can a neighborhood ask for? I understand there are some better experiences. You guys probably have some better experiences from some other establishments around, but it's not going to be the case always. You have to welcome the change, and that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I think addressing some of Mr. Tannen's remarks, the witnesses we have for the three protest groups will describe specifically what they did to reach their conclusion. They can address that point, but I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tandon, now,
yes.
When did you purchase this business?
So we purchased the building with the business.
I'm sorry, when did your wife purchase this business? I'm sorry.
In July 2021, July or August 2021.
July, August 2021. And when you purchase it with a B license, is that correct?
Yes.
So why did you not operate? Why didn't you not open with a B license?
The place is in a pretty rundown condition inside. The previous owners have not been keeping up with the place inside. From outside, the building is still looks kind of okay, but inside it needs a lot of work. So instead of, because once you start the business, it's hard to close it, and because then you lose all your business revenue, and then there is stock that you have to take care of the inventory, because our plan from day one has been to renovate the place, because it's a rundown place inside.
So where are you in this renovation?
Oh, so because there is a residential place upstairs as well. So things are kind of so I have applied for the permits, and in fact today I got an email from my architect that we are very hopeful that the permits are gonna come next week.
So all right, so you apply, so when did you purchase the property in July? So when did you start applying for permits since you stated that the property needs to be renovated? When did you start applying? When did you start?
So about November, October end or November, we started applying for the permits.
So you're saying that an architect, so do you have a plan for the store that you wish to share with us? I mean, I guess, did you have any specific architectural plans that for us to see what the interior of the place looked like?
No, sir. No, I don't have the. I can ask my architect to, but I don't have them handy right now. That is the thing.
Right.
But I can.
You don't have you. All right. But the question, because you've stated that you want to, your business plan, you said you want to sell beer, wine, spirits, you want to have a cafe, and grocery. And the only, a license will allow you to sell spirits.
Yes, sir.
But the current B license that you have, it will allow you to sell everything else. I mean, you can still have your cafe, everything else that you have mentioned, you can still do that without having a B license. So without having an A license, I'm just curious, why is it that I'm curious why is it that the renovation hasn't started? Why have we not been further in the process? Why we not first? I would understand if you did not have a current license. So I would understand you're saying you can't. Hold on, sir. I would understand if you can't operate because you don't have a license, but you do have a license.
Yes, sir.
So
yeah.
Why has that been any movement?
There has been a lot of movement, sir. There has been a lot of movement. Like I said, the permits are expected to be in by the next week. So the movement has been there. I've been working with the architect. The architect has been constantly working with DCRA to get the permits out. We are also trying to get some, work with DDOT as well. So we are on it. It's not that I am not working towards it. We've been pretty mobile on this. But I believe it's always a good option for me. My business plan includes having spirits in it. And the day we bought the place, that day I decided, me and my wife, we both, she wanted to have a one-stop shop for the whole thing, which has spirits, beer, wine, and grocery. There are not many places around town like that. There is one in up in Northwest, close to Tenley Town somewhere, which has spirits and grocery with it. But, with the kind of the Bloomingdale kind of things moving in Bloomingdale is a very vibrant kind of community, and the change is coming to Bloomingdale. So we thought that we will have this as a part of the plan. So our whole business model is based on spirits in it, with selective spirits, selective beer, selective wine. I can go further into my business model, but to summarize it, I'm just saying that, selective spirits, beer, selective wine, selective grocery, and a cafe on the back. So just to give you a little idea about the inside, the front half of the building is going to be dedicated towards spirits, beer, and wine, and the rear half is going to be grocery and the cafe. So that because the the cafe is probably going to start a little before the liquor sale, so we will close it off like in between, like after all the alcohol, there would be like the chain gates until we come to the until 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. when the time for the approved time for liquor sale comes, and then we'll open the gate, the chain gate, for the patrons to shop for the alcohol. That this is a rough idea. Like I'm giving you a summarized idea of how the plan is going to be.
All right, you stated that either you or your wife own another business. Business. Does that business have an ABC license?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And so what type of business is this?
It's an Indian restaurant.
And what's the name of this restaurant?
It's Indigo, by the name Indigo. It's in Noma.
It's in where?
Noma.
So Indigo restaurant. And so
yes, Noma.
Is this restaurant in your name, or is this restaurant, the license in your name or your wife's name?
That license is in my name, sir.
The Indigo restaurant. And how long
we've been in business for 9+ years.
Okay. All right. Any questions by any of the board members?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Tandon, I want to thank you for your presentation, and you're giving information, one to the protestants, but also, excuse me, to the board, that you've done a lot of critical thinking, or you and your wife have done a lot of critical thinking about this space. And I think that's the more information you can give the public, I think the better understanding on how to evaluate what you want to do for the neighborhood. I would imagine, because of all the knowledge you seem to have on looking at how to use the space, what is the square footage of that space that is going to be open to the public? Because I'm sure there's part of it that deals with storage and other things, but basically, what kind of floor space, square footage did you purchase?
I would say around 1,500 square feet.
Okay, 1,500. And did you know the prior owner?
I didn't know him personally, but I dealt with him, so I have a little sense of knowing him.
And with his B license, do you know the percentage of non-alcohol in that 1,500 square feet was reserved for non-alcohol?
Yes, sir. I believe I believe it. I believe it is 40 to 50%.
Okay. And we heard, I think the investigators say that if it's a B license, groceries have to be at least 50%. So that sounds like what the prior owner was telling you he did. Right. Now, with that in mind, and if you add spirits to this establishment,
yes, sir,
because of your critical thinking and because of all the conversations you've had with, I guess, contractors and architects, how much of this 1,500 square feet is going to be used for non-alcohol?
So with the Class A, if I get the Class A license, I still would. Then I am not required to keep 50%, or 40%. But our plan still falls around 50% for the grocery and the cafe.
Okay. And of that other 50%, because it sounds like you've done some research regarding spirits, because I think you've testified that you're going to have limited spirits, limited beer,
yes,
limited
sir,
wine. of that area, how much do you, because of your planning, initially plan to have for spirits?
Yes, sir. So of the 50%, I would say about 30% of the 50% I would give to spirits, and the rest 20% to beer and wine.
Okay, so you're comfortable in this hearing to let the protestants know and the public at large that even though you're not required by our regulations to have 50% groceries, or let's say 50% non-alcohol, your current business plan and dealing with your architect for that build out, and I can tell you, I can understand and have sympathy as someone who has dealt with those issues in the past, that maybe you can't make decisions until you know whether or not you'll have an A or a B. So I'm not as concerned about why the delay, because it sounds like you have done critical thinking of having this coffee area and things related to coffee. So you're comfortable in testifying under oath today that the reconstruction, the layout, is going to be set up initially to be at least 50% non-alcohol.
Yes, sir.
And
That
you're
is the-
also comfortable. Okay.
That business plan.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that is the business plan, and this is what I've been trying to convey to the community. I've been trying to get in touch with Stronghold Civic Association and Single Member District and Bloomingdale Civic Association. I'm sure that Terry Quinn from Bloomingdale Association, she's not, because I have had more chances of interacting with her than Mr. Vining. Ms. Bonds also probably knows about it. And I was never shy of sharing my plan with them. I have always been consistently telling them my plan, which is I am not going to be completely focused. I'm never going to be completely focused on changing this as a liquor store. My wife's primary interest is to run it as a market, and a market where people can come in for a quick coffee and a quick bite, and plus they have access to the market, to the groceries and beer, wine, and spirits. Well, spirits definitely are gonna have to be there, because every business plan comes with a revenue model and all that, so that's all behind the scenes. But I am never gonna change I don't intend to change my plan. Let me put it like that. I don't intend to change my plan. We will stick to our plan. 50% space will be for the groceries and the coffee place, and the 50% would be for liquor and beer and wine.
And you're comfortable today to state of that 30%, if I heard you correctly, that may be spirits is
Yes, sir.
actually only 30% of the 50%, which
Yes, sir.
means maybe it's like 15% of the space, but not limiting you to 15, but it'll be less than you're dealing with that 30% off the 50%. That's can be alcohol.
That is what the plan is. Yes.
Okay. And I think it's interesting that your wife and you have already had 9 years experience with a restaurant. I think that, gives us a sense that you know that there are regulations
yes,
that ABRA strictly enforces, and you've had probably inspections at the restaurant. So I think that's a positive for the community to know that. At least it's positive for me to know that you all have that 9 years experience of working with our investigators and dealing with all the requirements of an ABC license in DC.
Right.
Is it perhaps maybe, and I'm only speculating from what I've heard, that your wife has a real interest in the coffee element. Do you think she has a interest in the cultural elements that could bring things to that maybe if that part of her idea is to bring different types of coffees and,
Well, we are
introduce the neighborhood to things like that.
we definitely are working on that.
Well, I want to thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Yes, I had a couple, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yeah. Again, good afternoon, again, Mr. Tandon.
Yes, sir.
Do you have at your other business in Nomar? Is that an A, B, or what is their license on that?
A, sir. I have liquor license.
It's A. So in the district of Columbia.
No, sorry. Restaurant goes under C, I think. But I am allowed to serve liquor.
You have a Class C license?
I think that is what restaurants get, Class C, to serve liquor.
Well, in the District of Columbia, you sound like you know the laws pretty well. Can a person have 2A licenses in the District of Columbia?
No, sir. So that is why this license is under my wife's name. The Hillview Market is under my wife's name.
Okay, all right. Well, that would make sense because if you did, it would be illegal.
Yes, sir. I completely understand that.
Okay, all right. Well, now you say in your testimony you knew the previous owner.
I didn't know him, but I know him.
You knew of him?
I dealt with him, so
okay.
On that pretext, I know him a little bit.
How many years did that person have that location that you're seeking the license?
According to him, he stated that he had that business for about 12 to 13 years.
And how many times did he apply for a license in that 13 years?
I don't think so. I don't think so. He applied for one. I don't know, sir. I actually don't know. I shouldn't make a statement. I shouldn't make a statement like that because I don't know.
Mr. Tandon, yes, someone applied for an A license at that same location before, more than once. So you're not the first one.
Okay.
And you didn't know that. You didn't know that.
No, sir. I didn't know that.
All right. Okay. And Mr. Tandon, again, this is a very middle class, I guess, hard working class neighborhood, and
Yes.
everything's pretty close, and the houses are right on top of each other and whatever. So you'll fit in. Your business model, you say, will fit right in with those people that have been there for 30, 40, 50 years.
Absolutely. I'm very confident.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Vining, any follow-up questions based on the questions that the board asked?
No, thank you.
Mr. Tandon, do you wish to make any corrections of any testimony questions that were asked of you by the board?
Corrections? I didn't understand the question, sir.
Well, if you had an attorney, I would have asked if based on the questions that the board asked, did you have any questions of the witness? But because you are the attorney and the witness, I'm just asking you if there's any corrections or any clarifications that you want to make for the record based on the questions that the board members just asked you, sir. Or you with everything that is. I'm not asking for new information. I'm just if you were not able to answer the questions clearly as you wanted to.
So I've laid down my business plan, and according to the plan so far, I don't think so anything I needs to be changed, but and I hope that things go according to the plan, and we will stick to the plan. The only thing that I got wrapped up while talking to Mr. I'm forgetting his name, but it was that the percentage thing, it confused me a little bit, but I am just throwing out the numbers, that 30% or 50%. I don't know how much implication that would bring, from the Abra side. But besides that, I don't have anything to change in my statement. This place is always gonna have coffee and grocery. I am just a little confused about the number side, like the percentage side. Maybe I just threw out the numbers like 50%, 30% here and there. But the plan so far is that the coffees are always going to be there. The groceries are going to be there for the neighborhood. And my main focus is going to be on the wine and the spirits and selective beer, selective spirits. I don't intend to sell. My intention is not to sell no pints, no cheap liquor. I only want to keep premium liquor there with some nice wine. That is going to be the focus. But like I said, I don't want to be held with the number part of it. The spirits are going to be, a little section is going to be for the spirits. Now, I don't know how much percentage that brings, like 34, 30, 35, 25, but a little section is going to be for the spirits, and some section bigger than the spirit section is going to be the wine section, and then some beer. But groceries and coffee will always stay there, no matter what. That plan will never change.
All right, sir. Thank you for.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brandis, we're at the part where
Chairman?
I ended. We're at the part where we're ending the questions, and we're just allowing him to say some final comments before we rest. If you ask a question, then I have to allow Mr. Vining to ask the question again and Mr. Tandon. So, I mean, you tell me.
I understand, and I want to move things along, Mr. Chairman, but now I have more information that confuses me, but let's move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, it is 4:25. We've been doing this for the past 2 hours, and I forget to have told you that we'll be taking scheduled breaks every 2 hours. So it's 4:25. We're gonna take a 10-minute break to 4:35. You don't need to log off, but you need to mute your phone. You can turn your camera off, and we'll come back on the record at 4:35. And Mr. Kirby, you should be prepared to call your first witness, okay? So we're off the record until 4:35. We're back in the record. I need everyone to come back. All right, Mr. Vining, I just want to ask, just for some clarification, tell me how is it that the protesters plan to move forward? Tell me just how you're going to present the case. I'm just trying to get some clarification.
We would move now to introduce the witnesses for the three protest groups.
Okay. And so you're going to call all the witnesses and ask them questions? Is that what's going to occur?
They would have make a presentation. They have each of the witnesses has a statement and then be open as the board wishes beyond that point.
So you're going to call the witnesses and they're going to make a statement and then they will be, well, normally you'd ask them questions, but you're saying that they're going to have statements and then I guess Mr. Tandon will be able to cross-examine them and the board will be able to cross-examine them on whatever statement that they're asking. Okay, I want to make sure that it's more in the form of questions rather than just a statement, but let's see. All right, so who's the first witness, sir?
The first witness for the Stronghold Civic Association is India Luckett. There's a summary of her position in the PIF forms. I'd like to just call India Luckett, please.
Where's Ms. Luckett?
Good evening, Chairman Anderson.
Can you raise your right hand, please, son? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Vining.
Well, Ms. Luckett had a statement. I thought that was how we would proceed and see if there's any questions. She's got a brief statement to make about the how Stronghold went about finding its position on this matter.
So why don't you just ask her? I'm not going to I don't know what statement it is. So what the statement is. So just ask her some questions around the statement and then she can talk about what's in her statement, sir. Just ask her some general questions about it and then I'm going to give some leeway for her to go on. So you just ask her, you have read the statement, so just formulate some questions to ask her about her statement and then she can state that. She can go ahead.
Sure. Ms. Luckett, would you tell us about Stronghold's actions and responses to the application for this license?
Hold on a minute. Why don't you just ask her who she is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And just give us just ask her some questions so she can tell us who she is. And this is for her. This is an opportunity for her to talk about herself. And then you can have her, then she can give her statement, please.
Ms. Luckett, would you state your name and your role in the Stronghold Civic Association for the record, please?
I am India Luckett, lifelong resident of the Stronghold community, current president of the Stronghold Civic Association. Today is a very important day for us. We have worked on this notice of public hearing request for a class change from retailer B to retailer A liquor store process for the past 6 months. I must say, and as our Stronghold motto says, we are working together for our community since 1991. That's my intro, Chairman Anderson. If I can ask permission of the board, I won't be before you long if I may continue on with my testimony.
Mr. Vining can ask you ask her some questions and have her, just ask her some, you know what her statement is, just ask her some basic questions and she can elaborate, sir, please.
Yes, Ms. Luckett, could you tell us how the Stronghold Civic Association came to the position that it's taking in this matter? What did you do? How did you seek the community's involvement in the answer that became the basis of the Stronghold Civic Association's position?
In October 2021, a member of the Stronghold community shared at a meeting of our monthly meeting that there were new owners taking over the Sunbeam Market. And at that time, the store would be closing at the end of October, and it did. And at that time, I was contacted by ANC Barnes, advising me to reach out to Mr. Tandon, the new owner, to invite him to a Stronghold Civic Association meeting and allow him to make a presentation to us of his vision, his plans for the Hillview Market. And he did. He participated with us. He gave us a presentation. Prior to that, we actually sent him a set of questions to answer, to review and prepare himself when he speak with us. And in return, I did reach back to Mr. Tandem, asking him to give us those responses in writing so we'd have them to share with the community. At that time, the executive board, we met, and then we had a meeting in November, and we voted unanimously that we proceed with a protest for this Class A license. And in doing so, we created a survey. This survey was actually, the survey spoke of two things. Do you support the approval of a Class A license, or do you oppose? And this survey was circulated door to door, all the residents in the community, by email and on Nextdoor social media platform. We received those responses back, and at that time we were continuing our force and our stance as a protester for this case. That was the only communication we had with Mr. Tandon. We did not invite him back to our meetings. At that time, the other association, Bloomingdale Civic Association, which I attended their meeting and witnessed Mr. Tandon give a presentation, his vision, his plans for the Hillview Market. And that was actually in November, or November the 15th, 2021. November 16th, 2021, I attended the ANC's 5Es meeting. Again, Mr. Tandon gave a presentation on his vision, his plans for the store. I'd like to, if I could, permit it to Mr. Chairman Anderson. There's one statement that was made, I just like for our records. The store actually closed. I understand there was a sale, a purchase in July of 2021, but the store actually closed in October and has not reopened since. So from July to October, there was no business. The times that investigator Miller visited the store was not open. Let's see. And if I could just, referencing exhibit P1 from our exhibits, which is the protest, there were several comments from residents from our survey, their responses, and I'd just like to read a few more for the record to show those in the neighborhood, the residents, how they feel about a Class A license. One of which, no, I do not support a liquor license for a residential neighborhood. There have been problems in the past at that location. In fact, a killing and a robbery. At one point, it was a hangout location with drug peddling. If you observe the other store at North Capitol and Bryant, well, actually North Capitol and Channing, you will see it's a hangout spot, drug peddling in that present. A liquor license would only invite more problems. I am always picking up beer cans, wine bottles, all the time in my yard. People don't respect the neighborhood and dispose of beer can, wine bottles in the streets and throughout the neighborhood. That was one resident. Another stated, I do not support this change. I feel it is important for this store to continue providing groceries and other staple items to our neighbors. Currently, there are far too many liquor stores in our community that do not support the needs of families. I oppose the approval of the city granting a Class A liquor license for previously stated reasons. And third and last, yes, I oppose the approval of granting a Class A liquor license. This neighborhood does not need There are several established Class A in the area I do not support. There are several established Class A stores within Ward 5 area, with traffic being an issue at that corner, also potential for unwanted loitering. And again, I mentioned the times, my participation. Again, my purpose here, Chairman and board members, is to bring awareness and be the voice for the community, for the residents that have vouched how they feel about this change of license. And again, Mr. Vining was actually delegated to speak on our behalf, sir. And after my testimony, you will hear from 4 longstanding residents of the Stronghold community who will testify, giving the Stronghold Civic Association's protest concerns following the appropriateness standards, Exhibit P1 in the middle section. This concludes my testimony. Thank you so much for allowing me to share all of the concerns of the neighbors in the Stronghold community.
Thank you. Mr. Vining, do you have any other questions that you wish to ask her?
One for Ms. Luckett. Ms. Luckett, how long have you and your family been in your present location in Stronghold?
Yes, I'm a lifelong resident, born and raised at my home in the Stronghold neighborhood, and it is a joy. We're our family, and I'm on the northeast side, Bryan Street, directly across from the store. In Investigator Miller's report, he mentioned about residential parking. We have residential parking on the northeast side, which is very critical, as well as on the northwest side where the store is located. So the parking is an issue, and especially when there's businesses open. It's hard to tell those differences. It's like apples and oranges when the store is not open.
Any other questions, sir?
No, none for me. Thank you.
Mr. Tandon, do you have any questions you wish to ask them? Ms. Luckett.
Ms. Luckett, how are you doing?
Good. How are you, sir? Good evening. And Mrs. Tanner, great to meet you.
Same here, thank you.
Ma'am, so you said
yes.
I gave my presentation 3 times before today. Did you ever see my presentation being different from today?
Yes.
Is it different?
Your vision is the same, but it's told differently, Mr. Tanner, and I don't mean that negatively. You gave presentations several times.
Yes. So
yes.
what was different in the previous presentation versus today?
With the Stronghold Civic Association's presentation, I must say we did not ask questions as it relates to percentages, which you gave answers, which you responded to in the other meetings. So it's more or less what, and board members, we sent Mr. Tandon 15 questions, and he so graciously answered them.
Right.
But was my presentation? Hold on, Mr. Tandon. Were you done, Ms. Luckett, answering?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
So, but in all my presentations, was I not specifically very clear that I will have grocery and a small section for the spirits?
Yes, I actually, because I had to be very brief with my comments, I would have mentioned that what you said verbatim as it relates to the grocery, the one stop. Yes, sir. You mentioned all that. You gave us a detail. You answered our questions. And in the other presentations that I witnessed, you spoke of your layout, your vision, and how your store would be run.
Right. And may I please ask you very respectfully, when you guys sent out the survey to the community, did you specifically tell them that this is the plan for Hillview Market, that he's gonna have groceries and a small section for the spirits? Or was it just Class B versus Class A?
We used the same language that was presented from Abra. And we asked 2 questions, whether they oppose or whether they would support. So that
Right.
was the language. May I finish?
Yes, yes, please.
That was the language that we used in our survey and that we shared with the community.
Right. So, and I believe that you have the meetings that I was not invited to. You have community meetings all the time with your constituents. During that meet, were the constituents ever given the idea about my business plan? What my business plan is, the presentation that I gave to Stronghold Civic Association was the same idea presented to the constituents during your regular meetings with the constituents ever?
You joined us in November and you responded to the 15 questions that we sent you. We have monthly meetings. In the month of November, we established a Hillview Market Committee. We met, we discussed, we created a survey. In our December meeting, there was a motion and we voted unanimously that we protest your request for a change of license. That was the month of December. We meet the beginning of each month. And so in those 2 months, business was as usual. And we had to we proceeded with the protest.
I understand, but my question was something else, but it's okay. I mean, this is not a question, but this is just, I'm telling you, ma'am, that if Stronghold Civic Association had presented to the constituents my plan.
Mr. Tandon, I need you to ask, you're asking questions, sir. This is a state. She gave her presentation. I need you to ask questions about what she just testified to, sir.
All right, okay. Was Ms. Luckett, I was also told, well, I don't have a solid proof for that, but Stronghold Civic Association was against McMillan Park development as well, the development project that is going on. Did you guys oppose that idea as well?
I have no comment on that question, Mr. Tandon. We're here discussing Hillview Market.
Let's move on.
All right, no more questions. Thank you.
Ms. Luckett, so tell me about Sunbeam Market, the previous A, that was the previous B. What was there? Was that, tell me about that establishment and whether or not the community welcomed that establishment.
That establishment, even though the exterior looked as it looks now, and I would take it I'm speaking on behalf of the community. This isn't India Luckett. I'm representing the community. The family that owned and the family that operated were very friendly. They constantly kept it clean, constantly, again, warm greeting, and handled their business as best as they could.
So I know that they had a B license, but did you ever, were you a customer of that establishment?
Yes, I was. I was a customer of that store. Yes, I was.
So what is it that they sold?
I'm sorry. They sold groceries. You can get a dozen of eggs. You can get a pack of cheese. You can get a green pepper. You can be able to get some onions. You can get some grits. You can get broth for your cooking. You can get some hot sauce, seasoning for your foods, as well as milk, juice, various sodas, wine, and beer. You can also get all of the chips, not all of, but an array of snacks.
Now, but why is it that your residents, I mean, I guess what Mr. Tandon said, that the vision, it's, they're going to sell beer, wine, they're going to have a cafe, they're going to sell grocery. So why is it that your community believe that this is not appropriate for this community. If all he said is that we're just gonna sell spirits, then we're gonna, at least the presentation, we're just gonna improve on what was there.
The improvements would definitely be welcomed. And I believe the question is more or less, why does the community disagree with the sale of liquor bottles?
No, I'm sorry. Why is it that? Because there's already a B there.
Yes.
And he's asking for an A, and at least the vision, at least that's presented here, it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna still sell grocery, might have a cafe, but I'm just adding spirits to complement what the other store had. So why, that's why I'm just asking, why is it that the community is against at least what's presented as I'm just complementing by selling spirits to what was already there?
From the responses that I've read, Chairman, the neighborhood does not want the sale of liquor. The neighborhood does not disagree with the beer and wine, but they feel this
I'm
would
sorry, you
elevate.
didn't say spirits, not liquor, because they're
Oh,
still
I'm
going
sorry.
to sell liquor.
Spirit, yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm from the old school, sir. Yes. So from reading the responses, the residents prefer not to have spirits added to what's currently licensed, or what, let's say, what's currently can be sold in the store. They prefer that the groceries would be the main selling in the store. There had also been question about bringing the DC lottery, but that's another area. But there have been question about that as well, and we did ask Mr. Tandif, and at that time they were not sure if they would. Correct me if I'm wrong. But again, the community would rather the store continue on as it did as it relates to sales, which would be groceries with the B license, everything that falls under a B license.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members?
I have a few
Go ahead,
questions.
Crockett.
Good afternoon, Ms. Luckett. How are you?
I'm well. Good afternoon.
You read to us the questions that were posed on the survey. However, was there any kind of introductory language or a summary also on the questionnaire that went out, or was it just those questions?
It was an intro, and the intro, and I'm sorry, I do not have that in front of me. A survey was sent out in an Excel spreadsheet format. And again, we use the language from the ABRA's letter of notice of public hearing that Hillview Market, and I don't want to go verbatim and be incorrect. The question was, do you oppose? And one of my colleagues, Kirby May, can pull this up and show it. I can't grab it right now. Do you oppose or do you support a Class A retailer's license? And so that was sent, again, that was sent out by email. It was also shared on Nextdoor, and it was also hand delivered to every resident. Now, the responses we got back, we have over 300 residents. Of course, we did not receive 300 responses back, but we did get a quite amount of responses.
May I ask you, if you, in your survey that went out, did you at any point, you said you used ABRA's language, did you at any point define what a Class A license is versus what's currently there, a Class B license?
Yes, and that actually was discussed and mentioned during our monthly meeting. I do apologize, I do not have that in front of me to actually read it for you. It was an email. So again, when the survey was sent through Google, and so that description was listed in the front of that survey. And actually our petition 1 that we submitted to ABRA actually does list those responses. But again, to your question, I do not have that in front of me. Kirby, maybe you can pull that up when you're able to come back online.
I'm sorry, Ms. Crockett. Ms. Luckett, is the survey itself a part of one of your exhibits?
Yes, part of an exhibit. So our exhibit P1 was the actual protest petition, which included 7 responses.
But it doesn't have a survey. It doesn't have a survey though, right?
We did not share the entire survey, which is an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Crockett, go ahead.
So also, you did share with us, I see that there, 7 written responses. How many written responses did you receive?
I'm reading
Comments,
total,
not just like yes or no, but actual comments.
yeah. Total respondents, 36 out of 111 surveyed neighbors. I'm reading at the bottom of the survey. Kirby, do you have those numbers?
Well, he can't respond, ma'am. You have to.
I'm sorry. Okay. I do not have that in front of me.
So there were 36 written responses, and you shared with us 7 of them.
Yes, on the record that you have, and then I read 3 more. I think I read 3 different ones in my statement. Yeah, but yes.
Okay, so close to 30 responses have not been shared with us.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Crockett. Any other
Thank you.
questions by any other board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I had one.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Miss
Luckett.
Miss Luckett, okay. Miss Luckett, so how many years has a B store been on that at that location? Or B license?
Well, Mr. Short, I heard someone say over 12 years. There have been different owners. Again, I'm born and raised here. I'm in my family home here on Bryant Street. So I believe I've known 3 owners. And yeah.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to find out is none of those B licenses had a problem with the community, or the community had a problem with any of those Bs?
No, sir. No problem.
And you don't have a problem with the new owners maintaining a B there?
Correct.
And would the community, would the Stronghold community have any problem with all of the plans, the beautiful plans that Mr. Tandon has? If it stayed a B, he could still do all those things with a B, couldn't he?
We welcome the renovations, sir. India Luckett welcomes those renovations. It will be a beautiful site on that corner.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Luckett.
Thank you.
Ms. Crockett, in the Stronghold, the exhibit 2, it does have the survey question. So I just want to ask you, Ms. Luckett, as Ms. Crockett has stated, you only shared 7. You only shared 7, and you also read 3. But were the other, because I see exhibit 2 where you said that Hillview Market LLC has acquired the Sunbeam store on the corner of North Capitol and Bryant Street Northwest, and plans to develop the retail space as a deli/market. The previous establishment, Sunbeam Market, had a Class B license, which was for the sale of beer and wine, and required the store to sell a variety of grocery items. Hillview inherited that license, but seeks to obtain a Class A liquor store. A Class A liquor store, allows the sale of spirits as well as beer and wine, but does not require the store to sell anything else, such as grocery items. So that's the summary that was written on the survey. So for the, you said you got about 30 type of responses. So how would you summarize, were the other responses that you did not share, did they support this and you didn't share them with us, or you just, or does the 7 that you shared with us, if those 7 were reflective of the views of the community as a whole?
As I'm looking at the survey from another device, we have 30 responses that opposed, and there were 6 that did support. So yes, there were some residents that support the Class A license. And I do apologize that we did not send this entire record to you. Of course, we sent which reflected our stance, and where the majority voted was to oppose, and we are protesting the Class A license.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Tandon.
Yes, sir.
Any questions of Ms. Luckett based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Can I ask one last question to Ms. Luckett?
It has to do with, it has to do with the question that the board asked, sir. If it's related to one of the questions that the board asked, you can go ahead and ask it, but it can't be a new area.
I believe it is in relation to Mr. Short's question.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Luckett, do you believe that adding spirits to already beer and wine store would bring more problems to the neighborhood? Do you think that adding spirits or a class A license, all the businesses around the Class A licenses are the reason for all the loitering and the crime and whatever happens to a particular neighborhood? You think the Class A license is the core reason for that?
We've never had a Class A license. At least I don't recall a Class A license where spirits were sold at either location here, Bryan in North Capitol or Channing in North Capitol. So I cannot comment, and those that will be coming behind me that are residents of the Stronghold have their personal opinions as it relates to the effects of having a Class A license would be to the community. Again, on behalf of the community, they would rather not see a Class A license approved.
I understand. I am asking your personal view. Do you think the Class A operators are the reason for promoting crime, loitering and littering and urination and drug abuse in the neighborhood?
Those are different categories, Mr. Tan. So to answer your question directly, do I feel spirits is a product of crime? It can be. Overuse of any obsessive use of any substance can contribute to crime, sir.
And do you think that the people chosen for the on your survey demonstrate the opinion of the community at large?
The survey, the responses from the survey were residents that either spoke individually or spoke individually and with the thoughts and concerns of the community.
No, what I mean is that the number of surveys that you get from the community, they represent the whole community at large.
We only had one survey. There were 2 surveys circulated through our community, one by the Stronghold Civic Association and the ANC. So, and those numbers pretty much matched as it relates to the support and the opposition.
I understand what you were saying, but what I'm saying is that sample size is what represents the whole community.
The survey represents the entire community, yes.
How do you estimate that sample size, like 36 people in the community represent the community at large?
36 is the number of those that responded. It was circulated to over 100. Those were the only ones that wanted to share how they felt.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe the others are not
Whereas,
a good idea.
Whereas, Mr. Tanda, understand there are always those that do not want to share their personal opinion.
And they probably are the ones who are okay with the idea. Because not everybody thinks that Class A license holders are the reason for all the bad things happening to the neighborhood.
Well, I welcome the 4 witnesses that will be coming behind me to share their stories with you.
Sure, yes, thank you, I will.
All right, are you done, Mr. Tandon?
Yes, sir, I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Vining, do you have any follow-up you needed to ask Ms. Luckett, any clarification questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
I think Ms. Luckett, you said that the entire community was given an opportunity to express its opinion on this, and that you received 36 responses. Do you think it's fair to make any statement about the people who did not respond?
Yeah, I would say part of those are seniors that reside in the neighborhood who do not have internet accessibility, who do not want to share their opinion one way or the other. And those neighbors that are not homeowners, possibly renters, possibly students from out of the states, different locations. And that's the majority of our neighborhood. And again, we reached out, we went as far as we could. We went door to door. We went through it, through the electronic, through email, and on the Nextdoor platform, which is pretty broad today. But the ANC, as when you cross-examine the ANC, you will see those results were much different than ours, and I believe broader than ours, and more of a of opposition as well.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Do you have any? All right. I just want to remind everyone, if you are not speaking, your phone, you need to mute your line. Only folks who are speaking, just I'm hearing enough feedback, so I just need everybody, only the folks who are speaking, they're the only ones whose line need to be muted. All right, need to be unmuted. All right, Mr. Vining, do you have another witness?
Yes, yes, we do. Jason Orfanon lives on the unit block of Bryant Street, within a block of the store, and I'd like to ask if Mr. Orfanon is with us there, if he would describe his.
Hold on, sir. Mr. Orfanon, can you raise your right hand, please?
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, sir?
My name is Jason, Jason, Orfanon, Orfanon.
Go ahead, Mr. Vining.
Orfanon, would you talk with us about your reaction when you heard about the application for a Class A license, and describe the difference that a Class A and a Class B would be for your neighborhood? Is that a fair question that you could address, Mr. Orfanon?
I'd be happy to answer that. First, I would just like to thank the ABRA board and chairman, and also all the folks participating, and especially the Tandons for joining us and taking the time. I know how difficult it is when you're running a business, come from a family of restaurant owners, so I know how hard it is to take the time, so thank you. So yes, I live on the unit block of Bryant Street, about halfway up the block, so I'm very close to this establishment. I'm across the street from India Luckett. I've been living in the neighborhood since about 2015. And, you know, it's, as been noted before, it's a residential neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that is wonderful, but it also struggles a bit with loitering and other issues, drinking, drug use. We've had gunshots in our alley, which I can talk a little bit more about. But when I heard about this substantial change, it was something that definitely caught my attention because we had gone through this several years back with the Channing Street store. It was very clear that the loitering issues in our neighborhood, the littering, the public urination, would be exacerbated by the introduction of spirits to our neighborhood. There's already drinking going on. There's already drug use. There's already littering, and that's all happening. It would be exacerbated by the substantial change from a Class B to a Class A. I'm all for that corner store selling beer, wine, groceries, but the introduction of spirits would take it up a notch. It would cause people to get drunk faster. It would cause people to get rowdier, louder. There's already bottles of Patron sitting out on the street corner, which is a high-end liquor, which Mr. Tandon described. You'll see that in, I think that's one of our exhibits that we shared. But I walk my dog every day around this neighborhood. I go past the Sunbeam Market. I go through the alley between Bryant and Channing. I go by the Channing Street store. Every day there are large groups of people gathered in that unit block of Channing Street, in the alley, sometimes between Bryant and Channing, sometimes on Bryant Street. This is a known hangout area. This is a known open air drug market as well. This area is very conducive to those sorts of behaviors because these are all dead end streets. They're easy to park your car at the end of the street, double park, hang out with your friends, pop your trunk open. On Channing Street, people set up folding chairs. They bring out a barbecue in the summer. These aren't neighbors. These are people driving in from Maryland. This is an area where a lot of transactions are happening as well. But the bottle of Patron, people are drinking. You know, now people can walk. Do we want people to be able to walk down to Bryant and North Capitol and pick up another bottle and bring it back to the party? Within the time that I've lived in this area, there's been noticeable violence spurred on by these gatherings. There's been shootouts in just that little alley between Bryant and Channing Street, at least 3 times. There was someone bludgeoned with a tire iron after an altercation in the alley between Bryant and Channing. This is a block from the Hillview Market. So these are the kinds of reasons why when I heard about this substantial change in a residential neighborhood that's zoned residential, where I don't think Abra would necessarily give a liquor license, a spirits license to a residential neighborhood. It surprised me. It surprised me that we would have to take the time to protest it, that this wouldn't be something that would be rejected automatically. So that's why why I was surprised and wanted to share my voice in the community. One other thing I'd like to add just about the survey process. I felt that it was that the Stronghold Civic Association especially took great care to try to be as neutral as possible and to try to reach as many people within the Stronghold community as possible. I mean, they emailed people, they posted on Nextdoor, they went door to door with pieces of paper, trying to get people to voice their concerns. And, you know, we can't say that every survey is different, but this survey, I think the ratio of the responses is similar to the ratio of responses that the ANC received in their survey. And I feel like I was able to get to know through the public meetings, through the shared Q&A that the Stronghold Civic Association shared that Mr. Tandon provided, explaining his concept. I felt like I really knew what they were doing, and it's not anything against them, anything against liquor in general. It's just the introduction of spirits in this location with the current set of circumstances in our neighborhood that neighbors have been trying for decades to help get their arms around. And really, when I say decades, it goes back to the 80s where people were sitting out trying to stop some of this loitering that we just can't stop, and spirits will just make it worse. Kirby, you're muted.
Mr. O'Fannon, I think you're referring to exhibit number 14, was the liquor in the trash that was taken by one of the residents there?
Correct. And exhibit 12 shows the people gathered in lawn chairs. I took that photo on one of my nightly walks. You can it looks like it's a weekend block party. There are people on one side of the street with lawn chairs hanging out drinking. There are people on the other side of the street, hanging out. There's another photo of cars, exhibit P11, double parked. That's what people do. They double park on these dead end streets, pop their trunks, hang out. And that's the conditions that would be exacerbated. It's the pile of dry leaves that throwing a match on it would cause a fire. So in this case, the match is the introduction of spirits.
All right, Mr. O'Fannin, are you satisfied that the Stronghold Civic Association was fair and thorough about giving the residents an opportunity to respond to the survey?
I do. I mean, that's what I said. I feel like great effort was made to reach at all of the houses in Stronghold, give people the opportunity to respond, whether it be verbally, via email, on paper. They were given that chance. And I think that it was fair. And also great effort to communicate, inviting Mr. Tandon to speak, following up to ask him for written responses that were shared to the community. I don't feel like his vision was not represented to the community. I think great pain was taken to give his vision and share it with the community.
Thank you. If I could, it sounds from your description there that that there is benefit to the stores that you've experienced, the two stores in Stronghold, the old Sunbeam and the continuing Capital Market. There's benefit there at the convenience store side, but there's also a downside to it. So it sounds like it's a mixed blessing, that it is a benefit to the community, but there's a downside. But it sounds like this is a workable balance, that if I'm interpreting you correctly, you see liquor as changing that balance to unfavorable. Would that be a fair conclusion to reach based on your remarks?
Exactly. I feel like, well, ABRA controls the sale of spirits more strictly than they do the sale of beer and wine, than just a grocery store going into the neighborhood. There's a reason for that. So yeah, I think that the introduction of spirits to a location would change the balance. It would add something new that wasn't there before. In a situation where we are dealing with these other elements. It's not saying that it's a bad thing in a high density retail commercial area, which there are half a mile away where there are liquor stores located. But in this residential neighborhood, the store is next to a residence. Behind it across the alley is a family with kids. Across the other side is another residence. There's not all that foot traffic. There's not all that police patrolling. There's not 5 other businesses around it that balance it out. This would be the introduction of liquor sales in a residential neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, that's my conclusion. My questions for Mr. O'Fannin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tandon. Do you have any questions for Mr. O'Fannin?
Yes, sure. So Mr. O'Fannin, you came pretty, it seems like you came pretty prepared for all this, but so all the things that you've been talking about, the loitering, the double parking, the people doing barbecue and all that stuff, I don't see any liquor store around in the neighborhood. So where are they bringing all these bottles from? Probably some other liquor store.
Exactly. So the introduction of a liquor store within a block of these heavy hangout areas would only make it easier for people to acquire liquor, to walk over after they're too drunk to drive, maybe. And they can go pick up, I'm not done. They can pick up another bottle and continue to drink.
Mr. O'Fannin, we've been fine so far. Mr. Tandon, please allow him to finish his statement. And Mr. O'Fannin, I will allow you. We've been very civil this day, and we'll probably have a couple more hours with each other. So I just want everyone to be civil. Go ahead, sir. All right.
I think I said it. I think what Mr. Tandon was saying is asking if these are people hanging out, they have alcohol, aren't they getting it from somewhere else? Yeah, but the introduction of a store within a block of this active hangout area where people are already drinking outdoors, public urination, using drugs, it's only going to make it worse. It's only going to make it easier for them to acquire alcohol. I understand that ABRA takes into consideration the character of the neighborhood and any issues, and that an existing loitering situation nearby is a reason why they would think twice about introducing a Class A license.
Mr. Tandon, Mr. Tandon, hold on a minute, please. If you do not want him to speak a whole lot, you need to ask him more pointed questions, sir. So if you don't ask pointed questions, he's going to speak as he's gonna speak he's gonna get his point over. Okay, sir?
I understand, but yes. Let me ask him another question, please. The question that I asked India Luckett before. So, do you think that liquor stores are to be blamed for all the urination, the drug abuse, the crime, the gun violence you referred to? So, the Class A license holders are to be blamed for all this?
No. I don't, and I'll elaborate if you'd like. I don't think they are to blame,
No,
but
please,
if there's
please.
an existing situation, it will make it worse.
Please. So you don't feel that Class A license is the reason for all this?
What I believe is that a Class A license would exacerbate an existing situation where there is gun violence, loitering, public urination, and litter.
May I ask you, do you drink, sir?
I do.
Do you personally drink?
I do.
All right. So where do you buy your liquor from? You probably, do you know this place, the one, Classy Wine and Spirits on?
Are you referring to the one that's located in a commercial area?
No, that's not a commercial area. That's a very residential area. 8th and Maryland Avenue is a very residential neighborhood.
It's not. I remember when you shared that. So that is the one that is 801 Virginia Avenue. Is that correct?
No, I said 8th and Maryland Avenue, Classy Wine and Spirits. It's a very neighborhood area. Do you think, I never saw any loitering, littering, or crime, or people hanging around, buying liquor, drinking outside. I never happened to see that there. So my thing is that,
so if Mr. Tandon, I'm unfamiliar with that location.
okay, so I am giving you the update on that. It's 8th and Maryland Avenue Northeast. You can check it sometime. It's a nice, very wonderful
Mr.
store.
Tandon, the witness said he's not familiar with the area, sir. Let's move on, sir.
All right. So what I'm saying is that if all these things are already happening there, has the neighborhood ever tried to take care of these things by calling the cops, calling the authorities to take care of it, versus blaming everything on a potential business that is yet to start, and with the proposed plan?
Yeah, we've worked really closely with the police and have reached out to them several times. What they recommend is calling 911, which we do. They come out, they're not able to do a lot about loitering, unfortunately. That's what we've been told time and again, that they don't have an anti-loitering law, but it is something that contributes to the character of the neighborhood. It is something that ABRA takes into consideration when they're looking at a situation like this, where something new is being asked to be introduced to a residential neighborhood. Don't
you think that a well-run store will cut down on loitering and littering in the neighborhood? A well-run, organized store will reduce the loitering and the littering in the neighborhood. Do you seriously don't believe that?
I don't believe so, because a store does not have any control on what happens a block away. You're not going to stop someone from buying a bottle of liquor if they're sober and they walk into the store and they take it a block away. You have no control over that. The neighbors, you can't stop someone from buying your liquor, walking a block away and hanging out. That's just not something you'll be able to do.
Absolutely. I don't have control on what goes on 3 blocks from me or 2 blocks from me. I am more concerned about what happens outside Hillview Market when it comes into operation. I cannot follow all the patrons and see what they are doing with the stuff that they buy from the store. That is the responsibility of the neighborhood associations. That is why they are there, But I am concerned about my immediate vicinity, what happens outside of my store. And I can assure you that with a very well-run, organized store, you will see the reduction of loitering, littering, and the crime in that exact spot. I mean, although Hillview Market, where the Hillview Market is gonna be, that area has been crime-free or loitering-free. Never any reports of loitering or littering there in particular, versus it can be on some other blocks of Channing Street or North Capitol Street. But beer and wine are bigger mediums of loitering and littering. what is the difference in changing it to Class B to Class A?
I'll
What
answer that question. So is that a question for me, Mr. Tandon? What is the difference? The difference to me as a neighbor is that the change from selling beer and wine to spirits introduces a new element into the neighborhood, one where people will get drunk faster, have greater access to spirits, which are controlled even more strictly than beer and wine. And while you can control what happens immediately in front of your store, you can't control what will happen in the alley next door, the alley across the street, the alley a block away. And that's the problem that exists for us as neighbors that have been living in this for years, if not decades, where we know that people hang out in those secluded locations because they can.
My problem is that you guys generalize so many things. You generally think that every bottle coming out or every person loitering outside is gonna come out from Hillview Market. Everything happening in the neighborhood is gonna be Hillview. Don't connect everything to, I don't expect you guys to connect everything to Hillview Market. Every bad thing happening around there is happening because of the class change in Hillview Market. Look at the other side also sometimes.
Mr. Tandem, I need you to ask a question, sir. I hear your passion, but I need you to, you're cross-examining a witness, sir, please.
Right, okay. And I'm coming back to the same question. Do you think that Class A establishments are the reason for all the loitering? So if that is, and you said yes. So
I did not say that, sir. I said no. But what I said was the introduction of a Class A to a neighborhood where the existing character involves loitering, drug use, gun violence will exacerbate those existing issues. And that's why ABRA pays attention to that.
Well, there are authorities, I believe, to take care of it as long as the business is well run and organized. I don't think so. These things should matter that much, but no more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hoffman, now, irrespective of the decision that's made today by the board, you know that there is a Class B license at this location.
Yes, I am, and I'm completely fine with it. That's the existing normal that we're used to.
Now, were you living in the neighborhood when Suburban, I guess the other establishment, when it was in operational?
Yes.
And were there loitering around the building? I mean, what can you tell us? What was it like when that business was in operation?
There was occasional loitering in front of that store. There are, a few folks that would hang out. And then across the street on the northwest corner of Bryant Street, people would hang out where the alley is. And there was a house there that was, they would let people kind of hang out on that lawn. People would park illegally around that store to run in, get things. The owners were great. They provided valuable groceries to the neighborhood. They did not sell spirits. They sold beer and wine. I went there probably every other day. But there were people hanging out in front of that store on occasion.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Tandon, do you have any questions of Mr. O'Fallon based on the question that I asked?
No, sir.
No? Mr. Venon, do you have any questions of Mr. O'Fallon based on the question that I asked?
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Fallon, thank you very much for your testimony today. Do you have another witness, Mr. Venon?
Yes, we do. Miss Evelyn Brown, I think you want to swear her in. Is that correct, Mr. Anderson?
Where is Miss Evelyn Brown?
Evelyn Brown, I was.
All right, Miss Brown, can you raise your right hand, please? You need to unmute your microphone, please, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, yeah, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, sir.
All right, Miss Brown, would you please state for the record, and I think they'd like you to spell it as well. State for the record your name and spell your name.
My name is Evelyn Brown. It's spelled Evelyn. Last name is Brown, Brown.
And would you tell us about where you live, how far you are from the old Sunbeam, the new Hillview Market, and please give us some impressions of your experience of the Sunbeam Market and your thoughts about the transition to the Hillview. Is that a question you're comfortable with answering?
Sure, yes. I live at 2318 North Capitol Street Northwest. I am the third house down from the Hillview Market. My family, we've lived in the neighborhood, the house since 1959. In terms of the Sunbeam Market and in terms of its operation, we frequented the store, you know, purchasing groceries now and then. And so I'm pretty familiar, you know, with the neighborhood and that area.
And what was your response when you first heard about the proposal that would changes to the store, of course, in the largest picture, but specifically to including liquor or spirits in the store? What was your response to that?
My response was really not being in favor of it because as with the testimony I prepared, I have experienced the loitering. I've experienced, I've seen the trash. I walk my dog. I have a little dog and I walk the dog between 3 and 5 times a day. And I walk past that market. I walk past the Bryant Street Northwest side. I walk in the Bryant Street Northeast area, as well as Channing Street. So I've seen the crowds when the store was operational. There were times in which you did have loitering outside of the store. And sometimes as I was walking my dog, I would have to walk around the crowd and, you know, walk closer to the sidewalk in order not to walk between the group that gathers out there.
But you heard Mr. Tandon explain his business model. Would you put that all in the context about your thoughts? Are they the same or separated there about the business model that he described and the liquor aspect of that?
I think the liquor aspect to me will contribute to exacerbate the loitering that occurs. Even with the store closed at the moment, I've witnessed trash. The peace and quiet, I do hear the interruptions, and even when the Sunbeam store was in operation, I would hear the noises, the loitering, both during the day and during off business hours. So, you know, there've been gatherings out there all along. It's a matter of the tolerable level, and what I perceive that with the introduction of alcohol, I think will exacerbate it. You look at research, the ANC provided information about, you know, research on liquor stores and community health and, you know, what happens in the neighborhood. And so to me, with what I have observed in terms of the loitering, the trash, some of the things that go on, I think it will contribute to more loitering, more trash, and a lot more activity that to me is not conducive to the peace and quiet of the neighborhood.
Thank you. We're here today, of course, specifically because of the request for a substantial change from Class B to Class A. The old Sunbeam has, and Mr. Tandon kept from them, the Class B. What would be your thoughts about continuing a Class B license at that location? Include, if you wish, Mr. Tandon's description of his business model or not, the continuation of a Class B. How would you respond to that question?
The Class B license at the current state that it was when it was operational, it was tolerable. I mean, there were disruptions. As I said, there was loitering, there was trash, but to the extent that it was controlled to a certain extent by the previous owner, you know, we were pretty much, I was pretty much able to tolerate it. I do think that with the inclusion of alcohol, I think that the exaggerations of the activities, I think, will increase, and it's not something that I would want to have in a neighborhood in which I live.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I have no further questions for Ms. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tendon, any questions for Mr. Brown?
Yes, definitely. First of all, Ms. Brown, I really empathize with what your experience is from the current Class B establishments in your neighborhood. So if I may ask you, ma'am, have you ever had a chance to live next to a Class A license establishment?
No, I have not. And I consider myself very fortunate based on things
So
I've read and things I have observed.
yes, so that means all your assumptions are all hypothetical. That it's gonna increase the loitering, it's gonna increase the littering. It's all hypothetical. That's all. Thank you. No more questions, please.
Okay, I thought you said one more. I thought you said one more rather than no more questions. All right.
No more.
Okay, any questions by any board members?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon.
So how many years have you been in that house, your family?
Since 1959, so that would make it about 63 years in August of 2022.
In 1959, the police department, Metropolitan Police, wouldn't have allowed people to stand out on the corner like that.
You're
Am I
right.
correct?
You're right.
Okay, well, a lot of new changes have happened, and some people like the changes, some people don't like the changes. Like yourself, I've been in Washington all my life, 75 years. And so I've saw the changes come to Washington. And sometimes we have to tell people a little younger than us, be careful what you ask for.
That's right.
Because I remember the loitering laws got changed under a very, I guess, a man who was very charismatic. And people thought it was a wonderful thing to tell the police you can't arrest somebody standing on the corner. And the next thing you know, we had open-air drug markets everywhere. But anyway, getting back to my questions. You don't have a problem with the bee sting just like it is on that corner?
Not really, no. I think it's something it's tolerable.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony. That's all I wanted was an answer from you, and thank you for your very compelling testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, Mr. Tandon, do you have any questions to ask the witness based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short?
No, sir.
Mr. Vining, do you have any questions to ask the witness based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short?
I do not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Brown, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much. Mr. Vining, do you have, how many more witnesses do you have?
There's 2 for Stronghold. I do not think, I'll have to ask when we get to it, but I do not think that we've got any witnesses remaining from Bloomingdale, and I don't see any witnesses for the ANC. There are 2 for Stronghold, but I'll have to check to see if there's anyone left from Bloomingdale.
All right, but all right. And I know I said 5 witnesses, and I just want to make sure. All right, fine. All right, who's the next witness there?
Rebecca Mills, if Miss Rebecca Mills is online, I think I saw her elevated.
Yes, Miss Mills, you can unmute. You can take yourself off mute, please. Unmute yourself, ma'am. I can't read lips. I think you're saying you're trying. Just press just press the mute button, ma'am, to unmute yourself. On your computer, just press the mute button. Mr. Tandon, can you mute your phone, please, sir?
Sorry.
Ms. Mills, you still have not, you've been unable to unmute. All right, Mr. Vinan, can you, let's call another witness, and maybe Ms. Mills can figure out how to unmute herself, because I think she's having some issues unmuting herself. I see that she's there, and I see that so maybe she can try to figure out how to unmute herself. Do you have another witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes, Mr. Scott Nguyen, if he is with us here, I think I saw him elevated.
Yes, Mr. Nguyen, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, then. Go ahead, Mr. Nguyen, your witness.
Mr. Nguyen, could you please state your name for the record and spell it for the record, please?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Scott Nguyen. It's SCOTTNGUIEN.
And could you tell us where do you live vis-a-vis where are you from the store? What is your location in respect to the old Sunbeam current Hillview Market? Where are you located?
I am located directly across the street from Hillview Market. We are on the southeast corner of North Capitol and Bryant.
It's directly across the street, apparently. What are your observations on the old Sunbeam Market and activity in the neighborhood surrounding the old Sunbeam Market, and your responses to the Mr. Tandon's request to change? He's got a business model, but also including a liquor license. Could you compare the two, the old Sunbeam and your response to the request for a liquor license, which is why we're here today?
Well, from my vantage point, I'm right on North Capitol. So the North Capitol corridor between Florida Avenue and Michigan Avenue is essentially a drag strip. However, the intersections of Bryan and Channon are especially dangerous. Northbound, you have traffic coming from Florida Avenue, and the cars come roaring through the underpass and pass through Bryan and Channing, since it goes down from 3 usable lanes down to 2 usable lanes. There's a speed camera further up north on North Cap, and the cars know this. So essentially, they specifically speed through Bryant and Channing just to slow down before they get hit by the speed camera. Southbound, the cars fly past Bryant and Channing just because they know they can go full throttle through the underpass without any impediments. My exhibits, P15, P16, I believe, are just a couple of examples of the accidents right in front of my house, which is also right in front of Hillview Market, or the old Sunbeam, that illustrate how dangerous that intersection could be for cars and pedestrians. Exhibit 15 specifically ended up in the death of 2 passengers who were hit by a southbound driver. And we've had, and currently still have, multiple and ongoing conversations with DC Department of Transportation to put more speed cameras, stoplight cameras, crosswalks, anything to try to slow down the traffic to make that intersection a little bit safer. So I bring all that up just to state for the record, we're doing what we can to make this intersection safer for both motorists and pedestrians, but we feel that the spirits can do nothing but make matters worse at this intersection. Kind of to Mr. Orfan's point, we already have groups of people getting drunk, high, and rowdy less than a block away from Hillview, the old Sunbeam, and we feel like these groups would make a beeline to Hillview if there's a liquor spirit license to purchase even more spirits, and that's just going to exacerbate how dangerous that section already is.
Thank you. It sounds like your major concern there from where you are is the traffic situation as you see it there. And would it be fair to say that you simply don't see the addition of liquor to the mix as helping the situation? Is that a fair summary?
That is a fair summary.
That's all the questions I've got. Thank you.
Mr. Tandon, do you have any questions for Mr. Nguyen? You're on mute, Mr. Tandon.
Yes, Mr. Scott,
Mr. Wynn.
Mr. Wynn, Mr. Wynn,
Mr. Tannen.
how are you doing? Mr.
Good.
Wynn, so your exhibit P15 or P16, I suppose you were referring to, those are the two accidental pictures that you like, for the accidents right outside your place, I believe, right?
Correct.
Do you know if they were charged for drunk driving?
I believe the accident for P15, actually, I think they both were, had substance.
Okay, so, and did they, so you believe that somebody, if we have a liquor, a Class A license across the street, somebody is gonna buy, do you believe this sequence? Tell me if I'm wrong. Somebody buys the liquor, comes out, drinks it, and hits an accident right opposite. This is what you are generalizing. This is how you are generalizing the whole application process that we put forward.
No, what we're trying to say, Mr. Tannen, is there's already groups of people rowdy groups of people, half a block, less than a block away from your intersection, from your Hillview Market place that we know that you're probably going to take care of because you're a good business owner, but you can't control what happens half a block away. And we are concerned that having a store that sells spirits will just make people walk to your store across that busy intersection just to get more drunk. And it's going to exacerbate the problem at that intersection.
I don't see the relevance of Hillview Market applying for a liquor license and versus what your exhibits are trying to show, or the speeding cars coming from under the underpass and going north and south. It has nothing to, I don't believe it has nothing to do with the Hillview Market applying for a class change.
We just want to put for the record that that intersection, that corridor is very, very dangerous, and just having people walk across to buy liquor when they're already having parties, it's going to add more fuel to the fire to the parties half a block away. It's just a concern for us. If you, as a potential neighbor, can't see why that may cause a problem, that kind of makes you a bad neighbor.
So you mean that once a place gets a Class A license, has to have the responsibility of what happens few blocks down the road or either side? They should.
No, you won't hold you're not responsible for it, but the fact if you can't understand that you may have an impact on that, kind of drives the point home for us.
So the point comes out to you as well, the same question that you also feel that Class A license is the reason for all the accidents and the crime and the loitering. Or you didn't mention loitering, but you are specifically concerned about the traffic nuisance, and all that is happening because the Hillview Market's class change, and your concern is that it will create more mess in that particular corner across your house.
I do.
So,
and it's not going to make the matters any better.
I understand. What I am trying to point out is that, so you believe that ABC is kind of responsible because ABC is taking care of all the Class A licenses being issued to these establishments, and you are undermining the hard work that goes behind to run these establishments. And so ABC and the Class A establishments are to be blamed for all the accidents, littering, loitering, gun violence, according to you and your other constituents. You want to blame everything on the Class A licenses establishment.
No, I do not. ABC already has a hard enough job as it is. They have to just go through and look at all the facts and get the opinions of the neighbors And this is what the opinion of the neighborhood is.
But this is all, don't you think this is all hypothetical assumption of things that you are making? You're making hypothetical assumptions that if Hillview Market gets a Class A, and if somebody walks in, buys a bottle of Patron, goes out, drives drunk, and hits the corner around 2 blocks down, don't you think this is all too hypothetical assumption?
I'm not making that might be, that's another issue, that's another scenario that might be, but I was talking specifically about the groups that hang out half a block away that will be walking across that intersection to purchase spirits if it's available. And they may get hit. They may get hit by drivers that go through that intersection. Sober drivers.
So all of a sudden, you are very concerned about the people who are hanging around your house or 1 block down, instead of you asking your association, the neighborhood association, to take care of this problem. You want to kill a business model just because you want to make sure that those people stay safe, and some drunk driver might run them over. This is where
I'm afraid the driver doesn't need to be drunk. Yes, and you're right. I am concerned because in Exhibit P15, I actually had to bring out my garden hose to put out a fire in that car to save the life, or to attempt to save the life of the people in P15. They ended up dying.
Mr. Wynn,
yes, I don't want that to happen again.
Mr. Wynn, that scenario has nothing to do with Hillview Market applying for a class change.
What we were trying to say is that intersection is already dangerous for pedestrians. Having a liquor license or spirit license will just exacerbate the problem. That's all we're saying, for the record.
I think this is very hypothetical assumption you are making. But
please stop editorializing. Please ask a question, sir, if you have a question. You can do that in your closing, but you're asking questions. Please ask the question, sir.
Sure, no more questions. Thank you very much.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Mr. Wynn, how long have you resided in your current address?
About 7 years now.
About 7 years. So you've had a chance to observe the traffic on North Capitol Street pretty closely. It looks like you have a heck of a view out of your window there.
Yeah, I can see it and also hear it too. I can hear it without having to see it as well. And probably on almost daily basis, at least a very weekly basis, there are little accidents that happen all the time at that intersection.
This question is based on peace, order, and quiet. And I'd like to know, how did the business there on the corner that now the previous owner, how did the deliveries take place on North Capitol Street with all of that traffic up and down, speeding, and all those other things that your pictures indicate? When did they ever, how were deliveries made?
The delivery trucks would deliver on North Capitol. They would stop on North Capitol itself, and they would sometimes, if there was parking available, stop on Bryant. So basically, they would choose either Bryant or North Capitol. And we're talking big trucks, right?
Yeah. Okay. And on your P15 exhibit, there's a sign in the background that says "Winning Tickets Sold Here." What kind of location is that?
That is Sunbeam, which is now Hillview Market.
Okay, so directly in front of this applicant's proposed A store, this is what happened.
A southbound car hit an elderly couple that was crossing the street in their car on Bryant. They basically got T-boned, and a fire started, and neighbors from all sections, from all corners, ran over to try to help the passengers. And unfortunately, they both died.
Sorry to hear that. What time of day did this accident occur?
That was late afternoon.
What time would delivery trucks have a chance to stop on Bryant Street or North Capitol Street to deliver to a business there?
All times of the day. We've seen them from morning, afternoon, and later at night before closing.
And right in the crosshairs of these accidents and speeding.
Yes, sir.
What do pedestrians do? Well, how do pedestrians avoid getting hit by cars speeding from under the tunnels?
So the neighbors who live on Bryant and Channing and North Capitol, we've learned to, as we're waiting for the lights to turn, the cross lights to turn green, to actually stay very far away from the intersection until the light turns green, and then we scurry as quickly as we can. I mean, obviously we look both ways because there are cars that will run the red light.
Okay, so you have Children's Hospital, Veterans Hospital, Washington Hospital Center. So there are a lot of emergency vehicles also up and down that street at all times. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I didn't even bring that up, but yes, that is a good point.
All right. Well, I'll just simply say this: your testimony has been very, very interesting to me. And again, I based my questions on peace, order, and quiet. So, in your opinion, as a neighbor and someone who's been living in the neighborhood for 7 years, would an A store contribute to, or how would an A store affect peace, order, and quiet versus a B?
It would very much affect peace, order, and quiet. B is like Mr. Orfanon mentioned, is kind of our normal, and we can kind of live with it because we're just kind of used to that. But an A license is just something we don't think would be very good for the neighborhood at all.
During your time across the street from the current B, did people ever stop their cars on North Capitol and run into the store and run back out?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So if it was an A store there, would they run in more or less, in your opinion?
I mean, I have no idea. I mean, I do want to make something clear. We are pro-business. We're not anti-business. We want Mr. Tandon to succeed. We're just very concerned as neighbors that an A license would be very, very bad for the neighborhood, very bad for the peace, order, and I forget what the third thing was. Quiet of the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Tandon, any questions of Mr. Nguyen based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Nguyen, do you have any experience by any chance to own and operate a Class A establishment?
I do not. My parents, though, I grew up, my parents owned grocery stores in Houston, Texas, and I am also a DC business owner, although not in retail. So I am pro-business. I understand business. I understand how hard it is to run a business.
If I may ask you, where did you get this experience of some feedback or the better experience of a Class A license or a Class A establishment attracting all these negative things like loitering and violence and peace and quiet, disturbing peace and quiet? Where did you get all this experience from? And, if I may ask you, just for my knowledge.
I've got the experience of rowdy crowds currently because a few doors down from my house is loitering and drug use and liquor drinking and beer drinking, and that hasn't even, and you're not even open yet. The fact that you may open with a spirit license scares me. Scares all these neighbors. That's why we're having this hearing.
So is there a Class A license there, Class A permit holder there, where all this loitering and littering and drinking is happening?
No, but having a Class A closer at their disposal, not going to make it any better.
So don't you think this is all subjective experiences and hypothetical thinking?
Sir, I mean, again, this kind of illustrates you as a potential bad neighbor if you can't understand that having a liquor license half a block away, a liquor store half a block away from all these things that are already happening in the neighborhood concerns me and should concern the ABRA board as well.
Yes, that is the thing. That is what I've been trying to tell you guys, that this is that I have, and I just, for the record, I have a 9-year experience of handling liquor. So I understand liquor better than all these hypothetical assumptions. That's all. Thank you very much.
Just one more point to Mr. Tandon's point. I love your store. I had Indian restaurant food just this past weekend. If you wanted to open up a restaurant that sold liquor, that's a completely different thing. We would probably, I can't speak for everyone, we would probably welcome that with open arms. But that's not what you're trying to do. You're trying to open up a liquor store, and that really, really concerns us. Takeaway liquor is completely different than going in, getting in a restaurant and ordering a couple of drinks.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Wynn. You're not a bad neighbor, but this business is also a new experience and a new way to connect with the neighbors. But it's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Vinen, do you have any follow-up questions to Mr. Wynn based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wynn, for your testimony today. Do you have any, I think your previous witness, I don't see her online. Are you still planning to call her?
Yeah, she apparently was bumped off. She is waiting to rejoin us to be elevated.
Ms. Foshman, I'm sorry, what's her name again? I'm sorry, please.
Rebecca Mills.
Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of Ms. Mills, please? Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of Ms. Mills, please?
Please stand by.
Thank you.
The rights have been elevated. Thank you.
Ms. Mills,
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you this time.
Okay, I'll fix that. Can you see me?
Yes, now I can hear you and see you.
That was
Can you raise-
incredibly frustrating. Thank you for bearing with me.
You're welcome. Can you please raise your right hand, please?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're a witness, sir.
Ms. Mills, thank you for joining us. If I understand your exact location, which you'd please describe for us there. I think I understand your current location as being almost exactly halfway in between the Hillview Market and the Capitol Market. Is that the case?
Pretty much. I'm a little bit closer to Hillview. I'm at 2407 North Capitol Street, which is 4 houses north of the Bryant Street intersection. So I am midway between the 2 stores, but a little bit closer to Hillview.
So, would you say that you're equally familiar with the 2 existing stores? Mr. Tandon has, of course, his business model there, but in the years that you've been at that location, are you equally familiar with the 2 stores with their Class B license?
Very much, yeah. I used to go into Sunbeam almost daily. Since Sunbeam closed, I've been going to Capitol Market a couple times a week.
What is your response to the application for a Class A license?
Concern. I have no doubt that the Tandons know what they're doing in terms of sales of liquor. However, as has been stated before from a couple of previous witnesses, the Tandons don't have any control over what goes on once that liquor leaves their property and gets into the neighborhood. I'm sorry, spirits. I'm supposed to be saying spirits rather than liquor. And I live right between the 2 stores, and the alley behind my house is a big hangout spot with a lot of drinking going on and public urination that idle hanging out often leads to, you know, even more problems. Like we had a shooting a while back. I just don't see how introducing the sales of spirits will help the issue.
But how do you heard Mr. Tandon describe the rest of his business model other than the Class A? If he were, for example, to go into business with the Class B, how would you feel about that proposal?
I feel fine with the Class B mainly because that's what we're used to, and also that's not really what we're talking about here. I mean, the Class B comes with the purchase of the store, so that's not really what we're talking about. As far as I understand, we can't do anything about it. I would love it if there wasn't even a Class B. I think that would be really helpful. I primarily buy food there, and I hope to continue to do so. But so yeah, the Class B is a done deal as I see it. The Class A is not, and I would be happy if the store just continued with Class B.
But I assume something in your comment there suggested that you either do not drink at all or do not often drink. Is that your experience, or am I misinterpreting that comment there?
Yeah, I don't often drink. I can't say I don't drink at all, but it's definitely not very often. I'm not going to be I'm not going to be visiting to buy the alcohol.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tandon, do you have any questions of Ms. Mills?
No questions.
Any board members have any questions of Ms. Mills? Thank you very much, Ms. Mills, for your testimony today. Have a great day. Mr. Vining, do you rest?
Not yet. I understand. I misspoke. The Bloomingdale Civic Association has a witness who I am ashamed to say I forgot. The president of the Bloomingdale Civic Association, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, is one of her own witnesses on the BCA.
Ms. Quinn.
Hello.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, sir.
Ms. Quinn, would you describe the response?
Hold on one minute. Ms. Quinn, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and your relationship?
Sure. Terry Janine Quinn. It's TerryJanineQuinn, and I am president of the Bloomingdale Civic Association.
Go ahead, Mr. Vining.
Would you state for us the position of the Bloomingdale Civic Association on the application for a Class A license and how you came to that? This is speaking on behalf of the Bloomingdale Civic Association, of course.
Sure. The Civic Association protested this application, and this was after, I believe, 2 meetings. We had a meeting in November and then a meeting in December, both with the applicant present and participating in the meeting and having an opportunity to explain to us in his own words what the business model was, what he intended to bring to the neighborhood. We heard from neighbors who lived very close to the business. We also heard from other members of our association who live a bit further. And we heard a presentation from the ANC 5E09 representative for that area. That's actually the single member district where the business is located. And lastly, we had a surprise visit from the president of the Stronghold Civic Association, who explained their process of evaluating this matter and coming to their own protest. So we listened to all of that, and I think I may have missed that I believe the ANC commissioner noted that she had single member district meetings on this issue, at least one, and that she had conducted some survey of some sort, which she detailed at the time. I just don't have it memorized, of her own. And that's particularly was important to us because her single member district is partly in Bloomingdale and partly, and then she has all of Stronghold. So it was, it's one thing for Stronghold to say that they've surveyed their members, which, I won't get into all the details, but for some strange reason, they have co-opted some of our neighbors as members of both their civic association and ours. But at any rate, so I think the Stronghold survey reflects some small sentiment of Bloomingdale, but certainly the survey that the ANC for 5E09 conducted gave a little bit more insight in terms of what the neighbors who live closest and who potentially didn't make it to our meeting really felt. And so after that, we heard all the testimony, or not testimony, but we heard all the input, and then we took a proper vote at a meeting that was properly noticed and to which the applicant was invited and attended. We took a vote, and the vote was to protest. And when we protest, we go into these things understanding the ABRA process. So we go in with a full faith effort to attempt a settlement if it's at all possible. And we know sometimes it doesn't work out like it didn't in this time, but we do really participate in that process. We hope for the best, and sometimes we end up here. But as you can see, particularly the board, you haven't seen me often, if any of you have ever seen me, and that's because we don't do this a lot. We don't just protest every application. This is a neighborhood that is not in any way an alcohol desert. And in fact, it is not a Class A desert. I've heard testimony today that would suggest that there are no liquor stores in the area. There may not be in the 2 short blocks around this particular site, but I can tell you that from anywhere in Bloomingdale, you can walk to a liquor store. We have a liquor store, full-blown liquor store in the heart of our neighborhood, but it is at what we would call kind of like our business district, if you will. So it is, while it's in a neighborhood, it's in a business segment of the neighborhood. But from my house, I could walk to 3 different liquor stores within 5 minutes. Now, 2 of them technically aren't in Bloomingdale. I have to cross Florida Avenue, but nonetheless, I think my point is made that you can get to Spirits with great ease from Bloomingdale.
Thank you. You and the Bloomingdale Civic Association initially engaged with the group of 5 who was trying to work out a settlement agreement. Can you tell us anything about how that went?
I don't think I can. I think that's inappropriate.
Ms. Quinn, hold on. I don't want to have any discussion about settlement negotiation if you're just talking about process, but I don't want to hear substance. Those are not appropriate discussions at a protest hearing. Okay, so if you want to talk about a process but not substance, please.
Well, what I was about to say is I don't think it's appropriate. I mean, I think you get the instruction at the beginning of the settlement process that you're not supposed to talk about it. So
thank you. Let's move on, Mr. Vining. Thank you, Ms. Quinn. At least I that's my position, but I did not realize we share the same position.
Ms. Quinn, you had there were 2 other witnesses here today who apparently couldn't stay with us. Is there anything that you can talk about that you're knowledgeable of about the concerns of these witnesses, if that's appropriate?
Well, first and foremost, I'll say how disappointed I am that, especially as the host neighborhood for this site, that we don't have the advantage of having people who live closest to the business be able to present their own perspective. They were here, well, at least one of them was here. One of them had a work thing, and there's nothing you can do about that. But one of them was here for hours and ultimately was not able to stay 5-6 hours later to be able to present. So I don't know how much I can go into it, but I will say that those are neighbors who live closest to the building, who've had the opportunity to experience you know, some of the activity that I think you might not see every single day, but when you live literally next door to the building, you are able to experience in terms of noise, in terms of, and this, just to be clear, this is both back when it was the other business all the way through now, that they are still experiencing noise. They are still complaining of loitering, harassment. And I think that's really one of the important things I wanted to get to today, is that I've heard a lot of discussion of loitering today. And I think that it's important for us to be clear when we're talking about loitering of folks just hanging out, and loitering where there's actual bad behavior and illegal behavior. And what these particular neighbors seemed to be expressing was that this was in fact that latter category of actual street harassment, and something more than just, you know, me and my friends, you know, enjoying the sun or the cold or whatever we're doing. And I think that has been one of the concerns that we've discussed within our community, because at some point we understood from the applicant that he was considering having outdoor seating at the business. And there was concern, at least from the Bloomingdale side, about what that might mean in a situation that is already known to kind of generally promote loitering and such, and how difficult it is to control what people are doing. You know, we hear that from businesses all the time, that, you know, you complain that folks are sitting outside their door and they have a difficult time managing it. But when you add spirits into the mix, and then you add outdoor seating into the mix, like how are you managing the inside of your store and managing whether people are taking what they just bought from out there and drinking it right there on your premises, which would in fact be illegal. While they can do that at their restaurant, this is a whole different operation. You cannot both buy alcohol at a Class A establishment and drink it on premises. So those are some of the concerns that I've experienced.
Thank you. As a procedural matter, as long as you're here, Ms. Quinn, for the Bloomingdale Civic Association, a preliminary matter that we brought up earlier with Mr. Anderson, Chair Anderson, was that Mr. Rodriguez, one of your two witnesses here, regretting that he couldn't be here today, actually had a written statement, and we were asking whether that could be introduced into the record, even though he is not here. Mr. Anderson, could I bring that issue back up while Ms. Quinn is here?
Well, I think part of it is that if it's part of your disclosure, it's in the record. We can put in the record for whatever it's worth, but I can't have her testify about the document because the document cannot be cross-examined. You cannot cross-examine a document. So, I mean, if it's a part of the 5-day disclosure, yes, it's disclosed, but we can't have her testify about the contents of the document because it's not her statement, and that person cannot be cross-examined.
Understood. Thank you. I guess we'll have to select.
Yes, Ms. Quinn, you wanted to say something, ma'am?
Yes, I just had a question, Mr. Anderson. Does that mean that that written testimony can still be submitted?
Is it part of the disclosure? Was it disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing as part of the PIP?
He was listed as a witness.
But was his statement disclosed as part of the PIP?
I don't know that his statement was included there.
No, then if it was not included, then no, it cannot be.
Great, thank you. I guess I think we'll have to let the record suffice. I've asked Ms. Quinn about some questions about the near witnesses there, and that will suffice for the record. I have no more questions, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Tandem. Do you have any questions you want to ask Ms. Quinn?
Yes, sir. So, Ms. Janine.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, if I may ask, how many people probably you think live in the Bloomingdale neighborhood? What is the population like?
Well, you know, I don't know. I would guess probably 7,000 if I had to take a guess.
7,000 people are the
Be my
constituents?
guess. That would be my guess.
Well, all right. I mean, that's way less the number that shows on the DC Deccan. But anyways, so in
Well, then that document is absolutely incorrect. And I heard you give a number earlier that was outrageous. There's no way. There's nothing near 40,000 or 50,000 people in
well,
Bloomingdale. That's ridiculous.
if you go on DC Records, you Google it, and then you
Sure.
get to know.
Sure.
But anyways, so you mentioned something about the Class A deserts, like you don't want Bloomingdale to be a Class A desert,
No, that's not what I said at all. I said Bloomingdale is not a Class A desert. I
Yes.
said, yeah.
Right. So, and you definitely don't want Bloomingdale to be a Class A desert.
I didn't say that whatsoever.
All right. Okay. But this is what I heard you saying that. But so my thing is that how come you guys decide what makes a desert? How many Class A establishments constitute to be a desert?
All right. This is not the purpose of this hearing.
All right.
Sir. I mean, if you have a question to ask about the appropriateness of your request for Class A at your location, we don't need to be discussing whether or not it's a Class A desert or not, sir.
Okay, and because I suppose that Ms. Quinn has made another statement, a very hypothetical statement, because she's referring to somebody buying drinks and drinking outside, and which is completely illegal. So what makes you think that me, being a business owner who's run a very successful business for the last 10 years, I don't understand the implications of somebody buying liquor from my store and sitting outside and drinking it? What makes you think that I don't know the implications?
Mr. Tandon, and I'm sorry to do this, sir, but the representation here, sir, is that your wife applied for a liquor license and you are the representative representing your wife here today, sir. That is a representation that's been made, sir. And so I need you to continue representing your wife. I'm not sure if it's my understanding that your wife is 100% owner of the license, sir. So, all right.
I understand, but all the Protestants, they keep talking about noise. I mean, we are noise inside the store is gonna bother the neighbors. I want to make them understand that my wife is proposing a class change. She's not asking for a club license. We are not opening a club at the location. It's a Class A license from Class B to Class A.
I know, Mr. Tandon, please ask a question. A lot of the comments you're making, you can raise those in closing. You'll have an opportunity to present a closing statement.
No question, sir.
All right. Any questions by any board members of Ms. Quinn? Thank you, Ms. Quinn. All right, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Quinn, for your testimony today. Mr. Vining, do you rest, or do you have another witness, or do you rest?
Yeah, it is the final witness is ANC SMD 5E09 Commissioner Diane Barnes, who is her own witness for the ANC.
Mr. Vine, I'm laughing because I thought that Ms. Quinn was the last witness, and I know that I had informed, but we'll just have. I'm sorry, that's Ms. Barnes. Ms. Barnes, can you please raise your right hand? Now, is Ms. Barnes the last witness?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Barnes, do you swear? You need to unmute your phone, ma'am, please. Do you swear or affirm to put your hand a little bit over? I can just see your index finger. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your witness, Mr. Vining.
Commissioner Barnes, thank you for joining us here. Would you please tell us about the survey of the community that you engaged in and the relevance of the survey to the license here today.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Ms. Barnes, can you please spell and state your name for the record? And
Yes.
tell us your position, please, ma'am.
My middle name is Diane. I go by Diane, Dianne, Barnes, Barnes. And I've lived in this neighborhood since July 1974, about 48 years. I live on the unit block of Adams Street Northwest, so I don't get to see what's going on unless someone calls me. Currently, I serve as the vice chair of ANC 5E. I've been a commissioner for about 20 years. The Hillview Market is within 5E09, in which I am the serving commissioner of Stronghold, along with the Northern Bloomingdales. There are about 4 senior member districts within the Bloomingdales. Each senior member district consists of about 2,000 residents. So with what Mr. Tanner stated pertaining to Bloomingdale residents, 40,000, that's nowhere near that. It's more so close to 7,000 to 8,000.
Oh, could you, Ms. Barnes, could you talk about the survey that you engaged?
Yes.
You heard the about the application for the license there.
Yes.
You engaged in a survey of the community. Could you please tell us about that survey, how it went and what you found?
Yes. Once I received the notice of public hearing, I actually sent that out to my distribution list to inform the neighbors that request for a new license was coming up. Then I actually talked to the Stronghold, because they're the ones that actually see what's going on over there, about doing an outreach survey. So, but what I did, I actually surveyed both neighborhoods, both Stronghold and also the Bloomingdale neighborhood. And actually, the results from the survey outreach to the community for 5E09 was, for the email distribution, was 282 emails that I sent out. The constituent door-to-door distribution was 148. That only included the Adams Street, unit block of Adams Street, Bryant Street, and Chan Street, and also the 2300 block of North Capitol and the 2400 block of North Capitol. And that came to a total of 148. And I've included the Stronghold neighborhood within my report. And with the Stronghold online survey via email responses was 111. So the total responses that I received for 5E09 Bloomingdale constituents was 6 in support and 47 in opposition. The total number of response received from 5E09 Stronghold constituents was 7 in support and 40 opposition.
Thank you. Your single member district, could you please describe how much of Bloomingdale and how much of Stronghold your single member district includes?
Well, with Stronghold is about, I think I'm told about 300 houses there or something.
I just meant what percentage of the Stronghold neighborhood is in your SMD? What part of Bloomingdale is in your SMD? Just what streets?
Oh, the northern portion of Bloomingdale is within my neighborhood, and Stronghold is like maybe 1/3 or whatever, or less, about 300 people in the Stronghold community.
So all of Stronghold is in your SMD?
All of Stronghold is within my single member district.
So, and Bloomingdale, from what street north is your single member district?
My single member district within Bloomingdale runs from Michigan Avenue down to Adams Street and goes over to 2nd Street of Bryant Street and Adams Street. So I have the 100 block of Adams and the unit block of Adams, along with the 100 block of Bryant and the unit block of Bryant, and only the unit block of Channing Street within the northern portion of Bloomingdale's.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. That's all the questions that I have. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Tandon. Do you have any questions, Commissioner Barnes?
No, sir, no questions.
Does any board members have any questions of Commissioner Barnes? Commissioner Barnes, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Well, thank you, because my iPad was getting ready to die on me, so I was hoping that it didn't. I have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Vining?
No, that is the last of the witnesses. You heard that there were 2 Bloomingdale witnesses who dropped off, but we have covered all the rest of our list. Thank you.
Okay. I just want a record to reflect that at the beginning, this hearing started around 2 o'clock. I did inform the parties that the protestant would not be able to present its case based on the format until maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock the earliest. And based on my estimation, we did start around 4 o'clock in the sense of when the protestant was able to present its case. So I heard that witnesses were on for 6 hours, but I did inform all the witnesses that based on how the format of this hearing, that the protestant would not be able to start his case until later on in the afternoon. And so I just want the record to reflect that I did make that announcement prior to the hearing. All right, so what we're going to do, each side will have 5 minutes to close. And what I'm going to take a break first, though. And when I said 5 minutes, I mean 5 minutes. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 6:36. We'll come back on the record at 6:45. And both sides will have 5 minutes to present its case. We'll start with the applicant will have a 5-minute presentation, and then the protestant will have a 5-minute presentation. Then I will ask both sides whatever documents that were disclosed, what documents they need to put in the record. So we're off the record until 6:45, and once we come on, then the applicant will have 5 minutes to do closing, and the protestant will have 5 minutes to do closing. Yes, Ms. Barnes, you want to say something?
Yes, I would like to log off my iPad.
You can just close your screen, ma'am, and you can just close your screen and you're gone.
Okay then.
But
I'm going to try to get back on the.
There's a red button you can just press and you're gone. Okay? So
okay, but I'm trying to get back on the laptop. The laptop. So would I be able to get it back in?
You would have to, if you want to get back in, then you need to send a notation. Yes, you can. Yes, I have to ask Ms. Foshburn. Once we come back from break, can you look for Ms. Barnes, please, and elevate her rights, please?
Okay, because I only have 9% left on my iPad.
All right, so we'll look for you, ma'am. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Someone please remind me to remind our IT person to elevate her rights. Okay. So
okay, thank you.
Off record until 6:45. Thanks. We are back on the record. Ms. Barnes, are you there? Ms. Barnes, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you see, I made sure that I remind myself, I saw your name on my screen, but I just want to make sure that you're still there. So I don't want folks to say that the ABC chair excluded me from the hearing. Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you're welcome, ma'am. All right. To do closing, what I want specifically, I want Mr. Tandon, I want you to tell me specifically what it is that you're seeking from ABC board, and Mr. Vining, where's Mr. Vining? I don't think Mr. Vining is back as yet. Does anyone have Mr. Vining's phone number? Maybe they can call him to let him know that we're ready to move back on, please. Thank you, Ms. Luckett. I see Mr. Vining. Don't walk away. We're ready, sir. When are you? Yes, I see Ms. Luckett is back. All right. As I stated before, we're now, Ms. Barnes, please mute your phone. Mute your line, please, ma'am. You see, you made me notice you, so now I'm going to call you out. I can always tell whose line is unmuted. So I can always tell, but I don't always call folks out. But all right. So what I want you to do, Mr. Tandon, is to specifically tell us what it is that you're asking the board to do. And Mr. Vining, what I'm asking you to do is to, in your closing, is to specifically tell the board what it is you want the board to do. Okay? So, Mr. Tandon, you go first.
All right. So I would like to say thank you for letting me represent my wife as the applicant and everyone in the community to share their views. I can empathize why some might feel opposed to the license change, but I really feel that by attacking a class change with such negative and discriminatory finds the dedicated hard work behind these establishments. Almost 10 years ago, when me and my wife opened Indigo, the situation in Noma was, if not worse, the same like what is being explained by the constituents in Bloomingdale. Loitering, littering, and crime was there. Everything was there. Everybody and the neighbors got together. They shared their views with me. But now, in the modern day, where Indigo is, I don't say it is all because of Indigo, but that neighborhood is definitely a better place. This is what positive change comes when we open ourselves to the change. And I can presume that alcohol or spirit sales can naturally lead to more boisterous behavior. But I would like to say sometimes we naturally gravitate towards negative outlook. All I can say is this venture is also an expression to connect with more members in the community. It's the dedicated hard work behind these establishments which can be the catalyst for positive change in the community. Clearly, we disagree, and both sides have made their points. But me and my wife, we have a very clear concept of a one-stop shop where a person does not have to look anywhere else for their daily needs, including spirits. I, as an owner, will do everything in my power. When I say I represent my wife. We, as owners, we will do everything in our power to make this venture a positive communal experience. I just hope that my wife has a chance to own and operate the business of her dreams. We want this store, like I already said before, we want this store to be a strong addition to the community and become a place for peace for Bloomingdale. And we hope that our pure intentions can be reached out to everybody. And based on my presentation in the application, I request Abra to approve this class change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vinan, 5 minutes.
Thank you. On behalf of the three protesting organizations, Stronghold Civic Association, Bloomingdale Civic Association, and the ANC, when we first heard about the application, I am convinced, both because I am an officer in the Stronghold Civic Association, but I am a regular guest at the Bloomingdale Civic Association, all of them, the question came up neutrally. There's this application, and the immediate response of the officers of those organizations and of the ANC was, well, let's ask the community, and we will take the position of the community. And the three groups separately found a way to poll their community, and each of the three organizations, Stronghold, Bloomingdale, and the ANC, presented fairly and clearly the responses to that survey. And the result of that survey is that we request to not grant the Class A license. We are very well aware of the applicant's business plan, but the issue of liquor, spirits, is the issue that is before us, and that is specifically what so many of the respondents to the survey said, that they think that will make things worse. They will think, of course, we have never had a Class A license in this immediate area, but as these organizations, we democratically and openly said, what do you think? And that's what we said. So that's why the three organizations have taken the position they did. It is following immediately. And as a longtime member, a founding member, as a matter of fact, of the Stronghold Civic Association, and a very frequent guest at the Bloomingdale Civic Association, it makes me quite proud that not just this, but this is every issue that comes before these organizations. Membership, community, what do you think, no matter what the issue is? And you've heard our conclusion there. It makes me proud to be a part of these organizations. Thank you.
Oh. All right. I know that we've had the PIP, and so you want to move all the protest, the applicant and the protestants, they want to move all the documents that are in their PIP in the record. Is that correct?
I would, please. We did not refer to every single one. We did refer to most of them, but we were under some misunderstanding about the procedure for the 2016 protest of the Capitol Market. Each of the witnesses made a statement and then were questioned there, and all of the exhibits that are in the protest for Stronghold there would have been a part of each of the witnesses' statements, but it was a different format than we were used to. So I would like to include them all because they would have been included in the statements there, and I think they're all directly relevant to the comments that have been made by the community?
All right. So I'm gonna move the documents that were in the PIP, all the documents, the applicants, the ANC, the Bloomingdale Civic Association, Stronghold Civic Association, and there were documents for the protest of Group of Five or More. We're going to discard those documents because they were dismissed from this protest. All right. All right. Now the record is now closed. And do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so? What that means is that do you want the board to make a decision on the presentation that was made today, or do you want to wait for the transcript to say this is what these are the facts and what the law states? In protest hearings, that's usually waived by the parties because you can't bring in any new information. This is basically what was presented today.
That was simply whether to consider submission of a findings of fact and conclusion of laws, or waive that and allow the board to make a decision. Is that?
The board is going to make a decision anyway, but sometimes there are some lawyers, they want to file to say they would wait for the transcript to come out to say this is what these are the facts in the case and this is what the law states, and that's basically what that is.
I think that we would like to waive that. I think the record is sufficiently replete with the statements, the positions of the three organizations, that we would just wait for the board's decision. I think that's the correct action for us.
Okay, Mr. Tandon, you waive it also?
Yes, sir. I'll wait for the board. I want the board to take the decision.
All right. Cool. All right. Hold on 1 minute, please. Give me. I'm usually a little bit more prepared than this. I apologize.
If I could ask Mr. Anderson, you moved that the exhibits for all three groups, Stronghold, Bloomingdale, and the ANC, would be admitted to the record. I didn't hear. Do you take votes on that, or is that done? It's just done?
That's just done, sir.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Okay, I apologize for. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22 PRO 00001 Highview Market, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22 PRO 00001 Highview Market for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B of B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Short, a second.
Mr. Short and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now take a roll call vote on the motion before now that it has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its these proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. The board will issue a decision in 90 days. Shorter than 90 days, we will issue a decision on whether or not we will grant the substantial change. So that's the decision that we will make. And I want to thank everyone for their presentation today. So just give me a minute. Let me close the record officially for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and 2.2-575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 27th, 2022, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigation of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified in the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for April 27th, 2022, as published in DC Register on April 22nd, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis and I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. I would like to thank all the parties who participated in this hearing today. I would also want to thank the members of the public who have participated in these hearings today. I also want to thank the board members. Thank you very much for your participation. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Have a good night and thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.